Hello everyone, this is Fanfic Audiobook. Here you find original fan made audio stories.
How to Train Your Dragon. I'm Toothless's brother. Part 1. I do not know when it started, but I gradually began to gain consciousness. I realized that I was inside a container, as if a shell was restricting my movements. I tried hard to open my eyes. With a crack, the eggshell shattered. I practically flowed out from inside it. I opened my eyes and greedily inhaled the fresh air outside. I noticed my own body, covered in ice blue scales, a pure white with a hint of light blue. The moment my dragon claws touched the ground, the earth began to freeze at an extremely slow speed. I examined my body, my deep blue slit pupils filled with curiosity. To my surprise, I discovered that I actually had 4 wings, and even on the left and right sides of my tail, there were 4 tail fins. I happily let out a dragon roar that sounded like a cat's meow. Then, a pure black egg beside me began to move. Immediately after, a little fellow just like me, but completely pitch black, crawled out of its eggshell. I noticed that this little guy had no teeth in its mouth, and its eyes were not yet open. When I approached, the little guy suddenly opened its eyes, and its teeth popped out. I was startled and jumped onto a nearby rock. At this point, if anyone has watched How to Train Your Dragon, they would know this is Toothless, one of the main dragons. That pitch black little dragon opened its eyes. I noticed that the whites of his eyes were a pale green, while his pupils were like a cat's, sometimes becoming round and sometimes as thin as needles. That little fellow, who was my brother, also noticed me, though he was very confused as to why I had 4 wings. After we played around for a bit, I acknowledged him as my brother. What this little guy and I did not know was that we were the most ferocious and rarest dragon species on this continent, the Night Fury. I was very fond of my little brother, who loved to retract his teeth, so in the days that followed, I always accompanied him to forage and find food. This little guy learned one thing from me: if he acted cute and rolled around for his big brother with 4 wings, he could get fish to eat. This changed his personality. Compared to other species, he became significantly kinder, while I was naturally not one to smile much. Only when facing my brother did I show a smile and play around with him. My brother's favorite thing to do was to hug me, and I was quite helpless about it. After all, who made me end up with such a brother? Seeing this little fellow, who looked extremely similar to me but was as pitch black as ink, able to freely retract his teeth into his gums, something I could not do, I simply called him Toothless. Toothless also discovered the differences between us. Not only were our colors different, but even the number of wings differed. Toothless only had 2 wings, while I had 4. Even the tail fins at the end of his tail were only 2, whereas his older brother had 4. After the 2 little ones examined each other for a long time, we confirmed that the other was our family. I also gave my younger brother a nickname, Eternal Night, shall we call him that? After all, he was pitch black and only suitable for activities in the dark. My brother and I waited and waited in the dragon nest, but we could not wait for the mother dragon to return to find us food. I decided to go find food myself, but my 4 wings were too difficult to control. Either the left wings were uncoordinated, or the wings on the same side would flap into each other. I rolled from a small hill onto the ground, looking quite disheveled. Because I was a variant of the Night Fury, the ground my paws touched began to freeze at a slow speed. I found this to be quite fun. After all, I was only just born, so I started heading toward the seaside, leaving one footprint after another, literally, one ice footprint after another. Seeing the fish swimming in the sea, and being hungry since I had just been born, my small dragon claws wanted to reach into the sea and scoop them up. But the moment I touched the sea surface, the water began to freeze at a speed much faster than on land, though it slowed down once it was 50 centimeters away from my small feet. The little Night Fury beside me watched my special ability in astonishment and tried it himself, only to discover he did not have this ability. He immediately became discouraged and dissatisfiedly spat out a purple dragon breath. That little puff of breath exploded like a small firework when it flew 3 meters away, leaving behind a lot of smoke. After struggling for a long time, we only caught 3 small fish that didn't even total half a kilogram. I wanted to eat them all myself. After all, I had caught all 3. But seeing my brother's pitiful appearance, I was instantly charmed, so I resisted my hunger and pushed the 2 larger ones toward Toothless with my head. Toothless ate them without hesitation. Watching my slightly smaller brother happily eating the fish, I smiled and shook my head, eating only the smallest fish myself. Days like this passed for 3 years. My body length reached 3 meters, and Toothless's length reached 2.8 meters, though half of that was the length of his tail. After all, the Night Fury is the only known dragon species capable of breaking the sound barrier, so their bodies are streamlined with long tails. One day, after I caught fish for Toothless to eat until he was full as usual, Toothless excitedly wanted to play hide and seek with me. I originally wanted to refuse, but seeing his eager eyes, I agreed, even though I had wanted to go to sleep. I counted down 10 seconds in the unique language of the dragon race. Toothless excitedly jumped away. I smiled slightly because the sound of Toothless's footsteps had already betrayed the direction he fled. It wouldn't be long before he was caught, and I could get my wish to take a nap. After my countdown ended, I flew directly in the direction Toothless had fled, while smelling the scent he left along the way. I could even see the tip of his tail exposed between a rock and a tree. Toothless, where are you? You must hide well, and don't let your big brother find you. I pretended not to know where Toothless was and asked loudly in dragon tongue. Hearing me speaking, Toothless covered his mouth and giggled, burying his head deeper and hiding in a bush behind the tree. I smiled and approached the direction where Toothless was. Suddenly, my pupils, which were originally round like marbles, became as thin as needles. I released my aura without reservation, and the ground began to freeze rapidly because of my contact with it. The reason for this was none other than the fact that I saw a crossbow exposed in a bush not far from Toothless. Toothless. Move, quickly. Danger. I practically roared. Roar. Toothless didn't know what I was trying to express and raised his head in confusion. I made a split-second decision, rushing over to tackle Toothless. Just then, an arrow shot past from behind, but because I had tackled Toothless, it hit the tree trunk instead. Toothless reacted, immediately flapping his wings and flying into the distance. Since I was a variant Night Fury, I possessed abilities that ordinary Night Furies did not have. After creating an ice wall on the spot, I also flew in the direction Toothless had escaped. The moment Toothless and I were escaping, dozens of arrows were fired at us from different directions. During our escape, I applied my abilities, leaving behind ice mist in the places I flew over or stayed. This ice mist made it impossible for those dragon hunters to see my and Toothless's location clearly. Even so, Toothless was still hit by an arrow and bled quite a bit. I used a cold ice attack to apply a thin layer of ice mist onto his wounded leg, which helped stop the bleeding. Seeing that Toothless and I had escaped, those dragon hunters ignored the strange ice mist left behind by the ice blue Night Fury with 4 wings and wanted to continue hunting us down. But the moment they stepped into the ice mist, some of them saw their skin starting to freeze, and their lungs felt as if they were being frozen solid. Someone realized what was happening. Wait, this is the ice mist left by that strange ice blue Night Fury. It can freeze skin or freeze lungs. Get out of that fool ice mist quickly. Someone roared. The surprises I left behind were far more than that. I also utilized my variant Night Fury abilities to leave behind several ice puppets made of pure ice, which charged out of the ice mist holding ice swords. These dragon hunters were terrified, as they had never seen such a sight before, and they started to run away. However, a dragon hunter with a bow fired a sharp arrow at one of the ice puppets, and the ice puppet shattered instantly upon being hit. These ice puppets are just a bluff, their real purpose is to stall us. A seasoned dragon hunter roared. Fortunately, Toothless and I managed to escape successfully. We flew to an unfamiliar island before stopping to rest. That was really close just now. We almost didn't make it back, Toothless muttered. You still have the nerve to say that. If I hadn't tackled you, that arrow would have hit your head, I said crossly. Brother, my leg hurts so much now, even though the arrow didn't go in very deep, Toothless said aggrievedly. Do you think I don't feel bad? You are my brother, it hurts me more than it hurts you when you get shot. I said, feeling a bit distressed. All right, fortunately, I am a variant Night Fury and possess this ice ability, which can temporarily freeze the wound to stop the bleeding. As I spoke, I sprayed some more ice onto Toothless's leg. After Toothless's pain subsided, I heard his stomach growl, and I looked at him speechlessly. Toothless licked his lips embarrassedly and said, Brother, I'm hungry. I was also speechless, because I had just narrowly escaped death too, had no food to give Toothless, and I was very hungry myself. But after seeing the hopeful look in Toothless's eyes, I closed my eyes and said, You wait here, I'll go catch some fish for you to eat. Hee hee, I knew brother was the best. Toothless rubbed against my neck like he was acting spoiled, and I pushed him away with some disdain before flying off to find food. Meanwhile, on the other side, a few unlucky ones among that group of dragon hunters who accidentally inhaled the poisonous ice mist died as their lungs became necrotic, because my ice contained a potent poison, and their lungs had been frostbitten and exposed to viral toxins. That group of dragon hunters was shocked and terrified, recording this dragon hunting experience. Night Fury, the king of the night. In this dragon hunting activity, we prepared for a month and figured out the whereabouts of a Night Fury, but that Night Fury seems to have a companion, or rather a partner, which is a variant Night Fury. It is ice blue all over and can release poisonous ice mist. Remember, you must not inhale it. It can create ice puppets that can move like normal people and have a certain attack power, but they shatter with a single tap. The most conspicuous feature is that it has 2 more wings than an ordinary Night Fury, and its paws freeze rapidly upon contact with the ground. Even its tail is different from an ordinary Night Fury, having 4 tail fins. Its speed and explosive power are definitely faster than an ordinary Night Fury. If you encounter it, pray that it does not discover you. Do not think about contending with it, unless you believe you are the child of destiny. After writing down this dragon hunting record, the group of dragon hunters put the book away. It was filled with dense records of various dragons, but only this unique Night Fury made them so fearful. 2 hours had passed by the time I returned from finding food for Toothless. I had fed myself first and stolen a sheep from the dragon hunters to bring back for Toothless to eat. As for why I had to steal from the dragon hunters, that was because this group of dragon hunters had hurt Toothless. I was very angry. If I didn't steal from them, whose would I steal from? I also happened to punch a hole in their fish storage warehouse, letting all those fish flow into the sea. After doing all this, I returned to the dragon den to check on Toothless, whom I hadn't seen for a few hours. Brother, where did you go? Why didn't you come back for so long? Toothless said somewhat unhappily. You should be content. I was born earlier than you should be content that I even have to catch fish for you to eat. Tonight, we're eating sheep. Hee hee, I knew brother was the best. Is brother eating? Toothless asked with a grin. I'm full, I won't eat, you eat it yourself. As I spoke, I sprayed cold ice to lock the entrance of the cave, preventing a sneak attack by the dragon hunters at night. Toothless looked at the sheep, covered in wool, and had no idea how to take a bite. Brother, is there any fish? I want to eat fish, Toothless asked, leaning close to my ear. You're lucky to have something to eat, and you're still being picky. I said without turning my head. Don't be like that, brother. I know you're the best, you definitely have fish to eat. Toothless rolled over, rolled in front of me, and said to me with a grin. I really can't stand you. But how did you know I had fish to eat? I asked with some confusion. Brother, this is where you're wrong. You eat fish yourself while giving your dear brother a sheep that's impossible to eat. As for how I found out, that would be asking why brother's belly is so bulging. Toothless said, acting spoiled with a giggle. I was also very speechless. I threw up all the fish from my stomach. Because Toothless and I were both relatively small now, my stomach couldn't hold much fish, and I was full after a dozen or so. Toothless was happily eating the fish, while I ate the sheep that was impossible to eat. However, I had a way to freeze the wool with ice and then break the ice, causing the wool to fall off. Although there was still a lot of fur, it was much better than having a mouth full of fur. After eating, I looked at Toothless's carefree appearance and made a major decision. Toothless. Tomorrow, come with me to explore the unique abilities of its night furies. Huh. You sleepy, lazy dragon, get up right now. I shouted at the night fury sleeping on the ground. Big brother, let me sleep a little longer, just a little while. Toothless used his ultimate move again, acting spoiled towards me. No. Before, I let you do whatever you wanted, but this matter cannot be taken lightly. What if I'm not by your side in the future and you get targeted by dragon hunters again? I only have you as a little brother. I said in an unrefusable tone. Got it, big brother. So what are we training today? Toothless got up reluctantly. Have you mastered your breath attack yet? Breath attack. Isn't that just something you do with your mouth? Take this seriously, Toothless. Otherwise, I won't bring you any fish to eat later. Got it, big brother. Let's start then. See that white stone over there? Try to hit it with your breath attack. One of my blue dragon claws pointed at a white stone on the beach with a diameter of 50 centimeters, about 40 or 50 meters away. Toothless held his breath and focused, purple light gathering in his mouth. Then, with a whoosh, he spat out a ball of purple dragon breath, and then, he missed. Me. Toothless. Is that how you use your breath attack? I asked Toothless with a smile, while Toothless felt his scalp tingle. This must have been a mistake. Never mind, let's go again. Toothless said, feeling somewhat unconvinced. After firing 56 shots of dragon breath in a row, he hadn't hit a single one. I was truly moved by this accuracy. Are you a master of shooting around the target? Toothless, it looks like you're going to be busy from now on. I shook my head and said to Toothless. No tilde tilde tilde. Ignoring Toothless, I began to examine my own abilities. The first one should be considered a passive skill. Whenever my dragon claws touch the ground begins to freeze. Moreover, this condition is controllable. When I use my full strength, this speed can be very fast. I am quite satisfied with this ability. After all, human feet are not like dragons, they don't have claws that can grip the ground, so people will slip when stepping on it. This will greatly reduce the speed at which they chase us. Furthermore, if they stand on it for a little too long, their feet will be frozen completely. If they are moving too fast, they will fall to the ground, and if they don't get up within 3 seconds, their bodies will freeze. Then I started looking at my second ability, creating small ice dolls. For me right now, this ability is quite useless because these ice dolls are small, not fast, cannot fly, and are extremely fragile. Moreover, the further away they are from my main body, the weaker their power becomes. When they are 500 meters away from the main body, they crumble into dust on their own, and at 300 meters away, they basically have no attack power. However, I believe this is only because I am currently too weak. If this ability grows, hey, it will definitely be enough to give those dragon hunters a hard time. Then I began to analyze my third ability. My body surface can produce a large amount of ice mist, and I can hover in the air. It also contains toxins. If one accidentally inhales it into their lungs, it would likely freeze them completely in just a few minutes. Because of the toxins, those who inhale this toxic ice mist will die within 3 days due to lung cell necrosis. Even if those dragon hunters cover their mouths and noses, this toxic ice mist can still form a thin layer of ice on their bodies, causing frostbite. I am quite satisfied with this ability. It can be said to be the most troublesome one for humans. Then the fourth one is just like the breath attack of an ordinary night fury. However, for an ordinary night fury, this is based on pure explosive power, Just like Toothless in How to Train Your Dragon 2, who could blow off the giant tusks of a level 10 alpha dragon with his breath attack. But this time, I added ice elements to this foundation, adding frostbite and the ability to fire countless small ice spikes on top of the raw power. All in all, this can be considered my main attack skill. Then there's the speed, which goes without saying. After all, I have 4 wings, which gives me faster speed than an ordinary Night Fury. My endurance is slightly better than an ordinary Night Fury, but my explosive power is far superior to an ordinary Night Fury. In a full burst state complete form, I can reach 2.5 times the speed of sound. Note: ordinary Night Furies also possess supersonic speed, and the Night Fury is the only dragon species capable of exceeding the speed of sound. After I played there for 3 hours, I finally figured out my abilities mentioned above. Just as I turned around, I saw Toothless lying on the ground, calling out that he was hungry. Me. Big brother, I'm going to starve to death. If I don't get to eat fish again, you might lose an adorable little brother forever. Toothless lay on the ground and wailed, as if he really couldn't go on. Stop acting pitiful. You've practiced for a few hours, how did it go? My mouth twitched slightly as I looked at Toothless, who was pretending to be dying on the ground. Big brother, let me tell you, I'm hitting the target every single time now. Toothless boasted to me smugly. Is that so? You're so amazing, then show your big brother a thing or two. Watch closely, big brother. See that stone? Toothless pointed in that direction with his head. It was still that same white stone, except everything around it had been scorched black by Toothless's breath attack, while only that white stone remained intact. I see it. Show me what you've got. I also looked at Toothless with rare seriousness, watching to see how he would hit that stone. With a whoosh, a purple breath attack landed squarely next to the white stone, blasting another scorched pit right beside it. The corner of my mouth twitched slightly. Is this the result of you training for half a day? Big brother, you only know how to bully your little brother. Why don't you try it then? Toothless muttered, somewhat indignantly. Hey, I heard everything you said. I suddenly appeared right next to Toothless's ear and said, roar. Toothless was startled by my sudden appearance and jumped to the side. I also smiled and shook my head, looking at the white stone 50 or 60 meters away. Then I tried to aim, and immediately began to condense a deep blue breath attack. With a whoosh, the white stone was smashed open by my attack. Ice spikes were embedded everywhere within a 5-meter radius, the ground also froze, and that stone was smashed into countless small fragments. Toothless stared at me in shock, his eyes full of disbelief. And I looked at Toothless smugly, as if to say, see. This is your big brother's strength. Hee hee, big brother, when did you become so strong? Teach me. Practice more, and don't always think about slacking off. One day, you will be as accurate as I am. I said to Toothless proudly. After a month of practice, Toothless finally achieved some success, and I nodded at him like an old father. But good times didn't last long. Dragon hunters often came to harass Toothless and me. Although we sank a few of the dragon hunters' ships, they were like chives, harvested one batch after another. It was endless, so I decided to take Toothless and move. Toothless. Brother, how much longer are we going to fly? We've been flying for a month already, Toothless complained to me, dissatisfied. Alright, it's not like I made you fly non-stop. After flying for a few hours, didn't I let you rest? These dragon hunters are simply too numerous lately. We need to find a safe home, I said, not looking back as I led Toothless while flying ahead. Brother, that island over there looks pretty good. Why don't we just live there? Toothless said, his eyes suddenly lighting up. I glanced at it, shook my head, and said, that island is so small that we couldn't even fly a full circle around it in 5 minutes. It's too remote. What about that island? The one with so many trees? Toothless asked, looking at the lush, flat little island ahead. No, there are no caves there for us to live in, I refused after taking a look. This won't work, that won't work, Then where do you suggest we live, brother? Toothless asked, somewhat displeased. Aren't we still looking? I replied, feeling a bit speechless. I had really racked my brain to find a good island for Toothless and me. After searching for another week, Toothless lost his patience. He refused to leave one particular island. I had no choice, after all, he was my younger brother. On a nearby island, there were humans living, but there didn't seem to be many of them, and they appeared to be Vikings. But as long as they didn't disturb Toothless and me, it was fine. I discovered that this island actually had a rich variety of other dragon species, like monstrous nightmares and all sorts of others. As a result, basically all the caves on this island had been occupied. Brother, they've occupied all the caves. Where are we going to sleep? Toothless asked, puzzled. I stared with an unfriendly expression at a fat gronkle inside a spacious cave. The few gronkles that had been sleeping in the cave opened their eyes, saw me, and were immediately startled. How could an alpha dragon appear here? He wasn't just an alpha dragon, his aura was already strong enough to qualify as a regional alpha dragon. The gronkle hesitated for only a moment before giving up the cave. Toothless rushed in excitedly, brother, you're truly amazing. You didn't even do anything, and we have a cave to live in. Toothless picked a comfortable spot and lay down. I was also very confused. In a situation like this, shouldn't there be a fight first, and then the loser gets kicked out? Why did they just retreat directly? But seeing how much Toothless admired me, I proudly lifted my head. That goes without saying. You don't know who your brother is a variant Night Fury. Although I didn't understand why they had voluntarily given up the cave, I was puzzled, so I used my tail to block the path of the last gronkle. Why did you give up the cave so easily? Are all gronkles this spineless? I asked, squinting my eyes at the slightly smaller gronkle. The gronkle was terrified the moment I blocked it with my tail. Then, after hearing my question, it suspected I was just looking for trouble to beat them up. Which dragon would go out of its way to challenge a regional alpha dragon to a duel? In a situation like this, one would obviously just give up the cave immediately. Although that's what it thought, it didn't dare say it out loud. Respected Alpha Dragon, I deeply apologize for offending you. As an apology, after some discussion among us gronkles, we have decided to gift this cave to you to make up for our mistake. Hearing this, I was even more confused. What is an Alpha Dragon? Toothless was simultaneously confused and shocked. When did my brother become an alpha dragon? The gronkle looked at me with suspicion. Upon seeing that I was genuinely confused, its icy blue eyes went blank. A dragon with such a powerful aura actually didn't know what an alpha dragon was. After the gronkle took a deep breath and explained to me what an alpha dragon was, I finally understood. What was really going on here? Then take a look and see if my younger brother has the potential to be an alpha dragon. As I said this, I used my icy blue dragon claw to point at the Night Fury behind me who was rolling around playfully. Toothless. Respected Alpha Dragon, your younger brother certainly has the potential to become an Alpha Dragon. I looked at the gronkle in front of me with extreme suspicion, seriously doubting he was lying to me. But there was no help for it, I had no proof, so I could only move my tail aside and let him leave. By the way, Toothless, although there aren't many humans on this island, you must be careful, I said, staring at Toothless seriously. Got it, brother. I'll be careful. Besides, don't I have you, the great Alpha Dragon? Toothless said, distracted. Don't bring up any Alpha to me. I don't even know what this Alpha Dragon thing is myself. I just became this inexplicably, I said, waving my hand. By the way, brother, since you are an alpha dragon, can you command other dragons? Toothless suddenly perked up excitedly, pounced on my body, and said to me. Get up quickly. How would I know? But since that gronkle called me an alpha dragon the moment it saw me, my words should have some influence, right? I said, feeling a bit uncertain. Hee hee, brother, does this mean we don't have to catch our own fish to eat? Toothless said excitedly, as if he had grasped the key to the problem. Impossible. Even if those dragons obeyed my commands, our own abilities would degenerate if we didn't hunt for a long time, I said in an unrefusable tone. All right, brother, I'm hungry. Can you try to command a dragon? I hesitated for a moment and then tried to command another dragon, Toothless, go catch some fish for me to eat. Toothless. Brother, you can't do that. What kind of brother makes his younger brother go catch fish? Toothless said, somewhat displeased. It seems my words don't work either, I said, stroking my chin with one hand while looking at Toothless in front of me. Brother, be serious. See if you can command dragons other than me. I took a deep breath, flew outside, looked at a hideous zippleback, and said, go catch some fish for me. This hideous zippleback had originally been very unhappy to hear this voice, but when it turned its head to look, holy cow, a night fury. And a variant night fury at that, possessing an aura comparable to a regional alpha dragon. So, it had no choice but to swallow that annoyance back down, fly away, and go catch fish. Thinking that the hideous zippleback had ignored my command, I was a bit disappointed and flew back to the cave to explain the situation to Toothless. Brother, it definitely went to catch fish. I guarantee it, Toothless said with certainty. Forget it. I'm not the alpha dragon that the Gronkle mentioned. That was most likely the Gronkle lying to me because it saw it couldn't beat me. I indifferently stuck out my tongue to lick my dragon claw, then scratched my head. Then, not long after, the hideous zippleback actually brought the fish back. Me. Toothless, grinning, inner thoughts. Great, we have fish to eat tonight. Alright, Toothless, now that you're full, get up and see what else is on this island. Check if there are any competitors around, I said to Toothless, who was napping after eating his fill of fish. Brother, I'm going to sleep for a while. You go check it out yourself. After saying that, Toothless rolled over and lay on the ground, motionless like a dead pig. I shook my head at Toothless and then flew out on my own. After lying on the ground for a long time, Toothless opened one eye slightly. Confirming that I was not in the dragon's den, he jumped up excitedly. Great, Big Brother isn't home, I can go play on the island where the humans are. Toothless said, spinning around in excitement twice before flying off towards the side of the island where the humans were. When I returned in the evening, I said to Toothless, rushing and anxious as soon as I got back, I have some very important news to tell you. About 200 kilometers away, there is a dragon's den with a dragon inside named Red Death. He controls all the dragons in there. You should try your best not to go near that place in the future. I looked closer. Toothless, where are you? How did you disappear again? Furious, I froze the entire cave before flapping my wings to go find him on the nearby islands. Suddenly, a sheep on a hillside was snatched away by a dragon's claw. A Viking pushed open his door to see. Sure enough, the dragons were here again. There was chaos all around as swarms of dragons began stealing sheep once more. Hiccup was running around in a panic, or, to be precise, running towards the blacksmith shop. He turned his head and saw a Gronkle open its mouth, spitting a lava cannonball that exploded in front of him, knocking him to the ground. Hiccup quickly scrambled up and continued running towards the blacksmith shop. The Vikings around him held their weapons, shouting towards where the dragons appeared, and whenever they saw Hiccup, they didn't forget to chime in. What are you doing here? Get back. Why did you run out? Get inside, now. A fire-breathing dragon flew past Hiccup while breathing fire, nearly scorching him. At the critical moment, a large hand lifted Hiccup up and placed him right beside its owner. Hiccup, why are you running out again? Get back inside. The person speaking was none other than Hiccup's father, Stoic, who was also the chief of the Vikings. It was said that even as a child, he had twisted off the head of a giant dragon. What kind of dragons? Stoic's voice was authoritative and reassuring. Mostly Gronkles, Natters, and hideous zipplebacks. Oh wait. I just saw a monstrous nightmare too. The speaker was an ordinary villager. Has a night fury appeared? Stoic asked as if he didn't care about the other dragons, only the night fury. Didn't see a night fury. Good. Stoic let out a sigh of relief for no apparent reason. This couldn't be blamed on him, as the Night Fury was the only dragon species capable of exceeding the speed of sound, and its breath attack was incredibly powerful, reaching temperatures of over 2000 degrees Celsius. Specifically looking at the scene where Toothless exits the crater, where his breath attack instantly melted iron as thick as a wrist. They were impossible to see in the dark. Raise the torches. Stoic shouted to the villagers gathered around the torches. What are those people doing? It's so lively, and there are so many dragons. Toothless soared in the high sky, circling at near supersonic speeds, looking at the various people below. But to the Vikings, all they heard were dragon roars. After running for a while, Hiccup finally rushed into the blacksmith shop. Welcome to the battle. I thought you'd been snatched away by a dragon. The person speaking was none other than Hiccup's mentor, the owner of the blacksmith shop, Gobber. Snatched away. Oh, give me a break, these muscles of mine aren't to their taste. Hiccup boasted. I meant they'd use you as a toothpick, he said, while taking out an iron sword. Hiccup ran to the windowsill, picked up a blunt, notched weapon that a Viking needed replaced, and placed it over the furnace. He then pressed the bellows to heat it up so Gobber could straighten it out after it turned red hot. Fall back to the second line of defense. Stoic commanded methodically. Just then, a dragon spat fire, setting a house ablaze. Fire! A Viking turned his head and shouted to the rear. At this moment, Snotlout, Fishlegs, the twins, and Hiccup's crush, Astrid, rushed over to put out the fire. Then, for some reason, Hiccup started giggling stupidly. Hey! Gobber roared in dissatisfaction. Please, just let me go out there, I want to contribute too. Hiccup pleaded. Using your nursing strength. I think you should save it. Gobber said, using the hook on his prosthetic hand to rub Hiccup's chest. At this moment, Toothless seemed to have found a new amusement. He flew towards the ground below. I'm begging you, just 2 minutes, I'll definitely be able to kill a dragon. I'll do something big. Hiccup spread his hands, pleading very sincerely. You can't swing an axe, you can't wield a hammer, and you can't even use this. Gobber held up a device with a rope and a stone tied to each end, but before he could finish speaking, a Viking snatched it, put all his strength into swinging it, and snared a Gronkle. Hey, exactly, but this thing will help me throw it. Hiccup said, patting a small cart. Then, the cart malfunctioned for no reason, popping open with a bang and shooting out a stone. Gobber barely dodged it, but the Viking behind him wasn't so lucky. He was hit in the head and collapsed straight to the ground. Wow! Look! See what I said? Stop causing trouble. Gobber said, somewhat angrily. This is just a small malfunction, it just needs a few adjustments. Hiccup hadn't finished speaking. Hey, listen, Hiccup. If you really want to go out and fight, you have to replace this first. Gobber pointed at Hiccup. Hey, why are you pointing at my whole body? Hiccup asked, puzzled. Yes, you need to replace your whole body. Gobber said mercilessly. Oh tilde, Hiccup said thoughtfully. Oh tilde, Gobber said, echoing Hiccup. You old geezer, you're actually making fun of me. Hiccup looked at Gobber with dissatisfaction. Night Fury. A Viking on the ground shouted, and immediately, everyone looked up. Toothless. This must be the Vikings who do all sorts of evil things that brother told me about. Don't think like that anymore, he thought, while simultaneously unleashing a purple breath attack that destroyed a fire tower. Toothless destroyed one building after another. Although he was just bored, after all, he was full. Brother had said that these Vikings were evil to the bone. If he did this, brother would surely praise him. At this moment, Hiccup was also pushing his dragon hunting cart, charging towards a nearby hilltop. Phew. I'm exhausted. Well, now let's start dragon hunting. Hiccup said to himself, as if trying to pump himself up. Just then, Toothless flew around Hiccup. Looking at the lively scene around him, he couldn't help but unleash a dragon breath attack. However, this also exposed his figure. Hiccup was so startled that he hurriedly fired the dragon hunting net into the darkness. Toothless was flying happily when he suddenly saw something shooting towards him. His pupils widened. Where did this net come from? Toothless let out a scream when he was hit, then fell into a forest. Hiccup jumped up excitedly. I did it. I hit a night fury. I was also searching for Toothless's tracks. Hearing his scream, I flew towards the direction of the sound. Please, don't be hurt. I flew at full speed, pushing myself to the limit. I did it. Did anyone see that? I hit a night fury. Hiccup shouted excitedly. But just as Hiccup was shouting, a monstrous nightmare poked its head out from the edge of the cliff, glaring fiercely at Hiccup. Danger! Hiccup! Get out of the way! Stoic roared in Hiccup's direction. But just then, a thunderous dragon roar filled with fury came from the horizon. A breath attack composed of ice elements, mixed with the unique atomic breath attack of a night fury, struck the monstrous nightmare. The monstrous nightmare was immediately blasted over. Because I am a variant night fury, once my breath attack detonates, it shoots various ice shards in all directions. Even the monstrous nightmare was severely injured in an instant, its body covered in dense clusters of those small ice shards. And this was while I wasn't using my full strength. If I had used my full strength, this monstrous nightmare would have been completely shattered. I descended from the sky, and as my dragon claws touched the ground, the surface began to freeze at a steady rate of about 0.3 meters per second. My ice blue slit pupils, sharp as needles, stared at the Vikings present. Where had Hiccup ever seen a scene like this? Moreover, seeing that the night fury before him was on a completely different level from the one he had just hit, he felt my aura and was so terrified that he collapsed to the ground. Stoic was also too frightened by this sudden turn of events to act. He had never seen a dragon like this. Could this be the legendary Night Fury? No, that wasn't right. Night Furies were entirely black, but this one in front of him was ice blue. Stoic gripped his axe tightly, treating me like a formidable enemy, and stood his ground while watching me. He also noticed that the ground where my paws touched was freezing rapidly. He had never seen such a powerful dragon. Where is my brother, Toothless? I asked angrily, but to them, it just sounded like an angry dragon roar. At this moment, Gabber also rushed over. Seeing the dragon in front of him, he was certain it was a night fury, because only a night fury could possess such speed. Where is my brother? Seeing that these Vikings didn't respond, I let out another angry roar. You beast, I'll fight you. A bold Viking rushed over with an axe. I didn't even glance at him. As soon as he stepped onto the frozen ground, he slipped. He stood up, trembling, only to find his feet were frozen, and he couldn't move at all. Setting. When in contact with the ice field I create, one might slip, but if one stays in one place without moving for more than 2 seconds, their feet will be frozen. The other dragons, who had been stealing sheep, stopped their work upon hearing my roar and lowered their heads slightly to show reverence. I realized that these people couldn't understand dragon language, so I used my ability to create a night fury made of pure ice, exactly like Toothless, on the spot. Then, the ice-made night fury circled me twice and sat down beside me. I pointed at it with my dragon claw, hoping these Vikings would understand my meaning. Hiccup understood immediately, and seeing my appearance, he figured I must be the brother of the night fury he had just shot down. Stoic seemed to understand as well, but he shouted, "We've killed plenty of dragons, go find the one you're looking for in that pile of corpses yourself." Although I couldn't understand human language, I could sense the hostility in their tone, so my pupils erupted with waves of killing intent. The surrounding Vikings involuntarily took a step back. This was fear born from instinct. The dragons nearby, regardless of whether they had stolen a sheep or not, all flew away. My wings, which had been folded like a bird's, were fully spread at this moment. 4 huge wings seemed to cover the entire sky. Although the wingspan was only 14 meters, it gave everyone a strong sense of impending death. With a retraction of my wings, I pounced on Stoic at a speed that left everyone unable to react. After Stoic was pinned down, He tried to pry open my dragon claws, but the moment his hands touched my body, his arms were frostbitten and covered in a thin layer of ice. No matter how much strength he exerted, he couldn't budge my claws. Seeing that his father was about to die at the dragon's maw, Hiccup shouted hurriedly, "No." I sniffed around. After confirming that there was no scent of my brother, Toothless, in this village, and not smelling him either. Looking at this struggling Viking pinned beneath me, who was stoic, I opened my mouth and unleashed a deafening, earth-shaking dragon roar right into his ear. Stoic was knocked unconscious on the spot. After all, this was a roar at full strength, and it was directed right at his ear. The surrounding Vikings also covered their ears. Even Gabber, who was about 5 meters away and trying to come to the rescue, was blown away. After doing all this, I flew away to find Toothless. "Hey, Stoic, are you okay? If you're fine, get up and take a few steps." Gabber climbed up and said nonchalantly. Stoic lay on the ground, not moving at all. "Wait, Gabber, my father has passed out. He needs medical attention," Hiccup said anxiously. "I know that, of course. To be roared at by a dragon with that level of intensity right in the ear, it would be abnormal if he didn't faint," Gabber said as he instructed people to take care of the injured members and bring them back to the Great Hall for treatment. Hiccup thought about the night fury he had hit today, wondering if this disaster wouldn't have happened if he hadn't hit that night fury. "Toothless, where did you fly off to? Get home right now," I shouted angrily, flying around anxiously. After searching for a long time, I still couldn't find Toothless, so I assumed Toothless had tired himself out playing and had flown home to wait for me. Thinking this, I began to fly towards the dragon's den. Toothless, caught by a dragon trapping net in the forest, unable to move and unconscious. Hiccup looked at the frozen land I had left behind, which had reached a radius of 30 meters. The central ice layer reached a thickness of 12 centimeters. He was terrified yet shocked. How could there be such a powerful dragon? Just standing still, its aura made it difficult for us to breathe. Although Hiccup was very afraid of the variant Night Fury from just moments ago, he was still thinking about the other Night Fury he had just hit. "Hey, I really hit a Night Fury just now. It fell into the forest over there. I think we should," Hiccup said anxiously, pointing his finger toward that forest. "Enough, Hiccup. If you really have the skill, then why couldn't you shoot down that Night Fury from just now?" Before Hiccup could finish, he was interrupted by Gabber's angry voice. Hiccup was speechless for a moment. "Listen, Hiccup, you are the chief's son. Now the chief is injured, and the sheep have been taken by the dragon flock, which leaves us with nothing to eat in the winter. Our houses have been burned by the dragons, leaving us to freeze this winter. I'm not asking you to help, but I am asking you not to make any more trouble." "Okay," Gabber said, stern and full of disappointment. Hiccup had originally intended to say something else, but after seeing the look in Gabber's eyes, he swallowed his words and nodded. "Hey, Hiccup, where are you going?" Stoic, having regained consciousness, asked. Father, I am going to get you some medicine." Hiccup, who was holding a map and planning to go out to find the Night Fury he had shot down, hurriedly lied. "Oh, what happened to me? My whole body hurts like hell, and my head feels heavy. It's killing me." Stoic held his head while climbing out of bed. "Father, you were knocked unconscious by the roar of that variant Night Fury. You have been in a coma for an entire night." Hiccup hurriedly brought water and handed it to Stoic. "What do you mean knocked unconscious by a roar? I don't understand." Stoic stared at Hiccup with a sharp gaze. "It's true, Father, everyone saw it. When that variant Night Fury with 4 wings on its back pounced on you, it roared right into your ear, and then you passed out. Father, that variant Night Fury felt so strong. Just standing there without moving made me feel suffocated." Hiccup spoke without grasping the main point, failing to notice Stoic's darkening expression. Although Stoic really wanted to beat Hiccup right now, it was a fact that he had been knocked out by that Night Fury, so he had no reason to lose his temper. When Stoic pushed open the door, he found everyone waiting for him to start the winter survival meeting. Our sheep have all been taken away. There are very few left, and we can't catch any fish if we go out now. I really don't know how we are going to get through this winter. Exactly, and not only that, but our houses have also been burned down. Even if we wanted to go out to find food, we would have to fix the roofs and houses first, otherwise we will freeze this winter. Good heavens, the most terrifying thing is that four-winged variant Night Fury. We don't know when he will return. If he wants to take our things, we have absolutely no power to resist. Stoic and Gabber listened to the villagers' complaints with complicated expressions, but they had no solution. Enough, everyone be quiet. We will go fishing a few more times during this period, and those who stay in the village will go cut down trees to fix the houses. Stoic said seriously and methodically. But we can't catch any fish at this time of year. A villager said worriedly. We have to try. Even if we can't catch fish, we have to try, otherwise we will starve this winter. Gabber explained. Toothless, are you in the cave? You had better not let me find you, or I will break your dragon legs. I said to the inside of the cave as soon as I entered. After waiting for a while, Toothless did not rush out to pester me as I had imagined. Toothless. I called out again. After waiting for 2 seconds, seeing that Toothless still hadn't come out, I walked into the cave and sniffed carefully. Finding no new scent of Toothless in the cave, I realized that this brat must have run out to play wild again. Then I flew out to look for Toothless again, because I was truly afraid that something might happen to him. We didn't catch a single fish. Stoic said frantically. Father, I think we should now. Hiccup intended to say something. Stop, stop. I think we should go crusade against those dragons, for the sake of our future lives. Stoic said. Now, those who are willing to go on the expedition with me, please raise your hands. The scene was silent. Then, those who stay behind must take care of Hiccup. Stoic continued. A chorus of sighs came from the surroundings, but everyone raised their hands. At this moment, Stoic looked at Gabber and said, Old friend, you don't need to go. You stay behind to take care of Hiccup. Gabber was a bit dissatisfied, thinking that Stoic believed he couldn't fight anymore. I say, don't look down on people too much. Although I'm missing a leg and a hand, this hammer of mine has killed quite a few giant dragons. Gabber said, shaking the hammer in his hand. Listen, old friend, Hiccup and the others have to stay on the island and need someone to take care of them, and they also need someone to teach them how to slay dragons. I believe you will definitely be able to train them into excellent Vikings warriors. Stoic stared into Gabber's eyes and said seriously. This, all right. Gabber agreed reluctantly. Hiccup snuck out while his father was having the meeting. In order to find the Night Fury he had shot down, Hiccup took out a map, predicting where the Night Fury had fallen while drawing on the map. It doesn't make sense. By all logic, it should have fallen around here. Hiccup looked at the map, looking troubled. Hiccup shifted his gaze from the map and saw the trees that had been knocked down nearby. Hiccup followed the path that had been knocked out and saw a Night Fury tied up tightly on a flat piece of ground. Hiccup was so scared that he immediately pulled his head back and hid behind a large rock. Hiccup's breathing suddenly became rapid, and he hurriedly took a dagger out from his chest. Hiccup gathered his courage and carefully approached. Then, thinking that after he slew the dragon, his father and the others would no longer look down on him, he pretended to be brave, put his hands on his hips, and stepped one foot onto Toothless's stomach. Toothless felt someone stepping on him and moved slightly. Hiccup was so scared that he stumbled and, failing to stand steady, sat down on the ground. The Night Fury in front of him was still breathing, but its aura was far inferior to the four-winged variant Night Fury from the night before yesterday, yet it still gave Hiccup a very panicked and fearful feeling. As long as I kill you and dig out your heart, I will be a qualified Viking, and they won't look down on me anymore. Hiccup shouted at the Night Fury in front of him, as if he were also shouting at himself. Toothless opened his eyes in despair. Since I woke up, I have been lying here for 3 hours, and my brother hasn't come to save me yet. Toothless thought to himself. Hiccup also raised the dagger over his head, but his eyes looked uncomfortably at the eyes of Toothless lying on the ground. After Toothless saw that this Viking had raised the dagger over his head, he knew he was going to die and closed his eyes in despair, thinking, if I had listened to my brother and stayed obediently in the cave, it wouldn't be like this. Hiccup also saw the despair in Toothless's eyes and, in the end, couldn't bring himself to do it. He helped Toothless cut the ropes that bound him. Toothless was greatly astonished. Feeling the ropes that bound him being cut, he opened his eyes in surprise and looked at Hiccup. After cutting the last rope that bound Toothless, Toothless was completely free. He pounced on Hiccup. Just when Hiccup thought he was going to lose his life in the dragon's mouth, Toothless let out an angry roar at Hiccup and then ran away. Hiccup stood up in terror, but after taking only 2 steps, he collapsed to the ground due to excessive fright. Finally escaped. I need to go find my brother. Toothless ran happily, but just as he wanted to take off, he realized he couldn't fly. Not only that, he fell into a pit and couldn't climb out. Toothless. Oh my god, why is my luck so bad? And why is my left tail fin missing? Dragon gods above, I hope I don't get beaten to death when my brother finds me. Toothless tried many methods, but he couldn't climb out. Hiccup had been dizzy for a long time, but finally recovered and stumbled towards home. As soon as Hiccup returned home, he saw his father. Then his father, Stoic, and Hiccup both said the same thing at the same time. I don't intend to go dragon slaying. Starting tomorrow, you will go to dragon training class. What? Both exclaimed in surprise. After an argument, Hiccup's father still forced him to attend dragon training class and shoved an axe into Hiccup's arms. After doing all this, Hiccup's father began preparing to set sail to wage war against the dragon race. But that night, Toothless, where did you run off to? Big brother was wrong, please, where did you go? If you can hear me, please respond, okay. I continued to emit dragon language that only the dragon race could understand above the tribe of Vikings, while to the Vikings, it sounded like bursts of dragon roars. Defend. Stoic originally planned to set out tomorrow, but why was there a dragon here tonight? I was still anxiously emitting dragon roars high in the sky, hoping Toothless could respond to me, but the Vikings below seemed to misunderstand my intentions and had already set up dragon defense cannons. Fire! Gobber said, pointing at the flickering dragon shadow in the sky. I felt something rushing towards me. I looked closely and saw a dragon catching net flying towards me at high speed, but fortunately, my speed could now reach 1.5 times the speed of sound, so I dodged it easily. Already in a bad mood because Toothless was missing, I saw the Vikings below still being ungrateful, so I fired my ice dragon breath. I shattered all their dragon defense cannons. Afterwards, I accidentally hit a few houses, and only then did the anger in my heart subside slightly before I flew away. It's that 4-winged variant Night Fury again. Stoic said angrily, looking at the crater in front of him that had been blown up, with ice covering a 10-meter radius around the center and filled with icicles. The strength gap is too wide, we simply can't do anything to it, Gobber said, hitting the nail on the head. Then what do we do? Just watch it destroy our houses. Stoic roared angrily. This couldn't be blamed on him, as anyone would feel such anger seeing their people's houses in their territory destroyed. After his anger subsided, Stoic collected himself and said, if it were an ordinary dragon, if they failed to protect the houses and flocks, that could not be forgiven. But if it is this 4-winged variant Night Fury, we can choose to abandon this task and not pursue it afterwards. Also, let's call this dragon the Omen. After saying this, Stoic began to check the equipment for tomorrow's crusade against the dragons. Hiccup went to dragon training class early. Hey, everyone, since you've been sent to the Dragon Training Academy, I am your hell instructor. First, the first lesson is to teach you theoretical knowledge. Gobber said, shaking the hook on his hand at Hiccup, Fishlegs, Snotlout, and others. Everyone below was whispering. Very well, now the first question. How many fireballs can a Gronkle spit in a day? Gobber asked as if he didn't see everyone's discussion. 5. Hiccup said somewhat uncertainly. Wrong. It should be 6, Fishlegs said at this moment. Correct, it is indeed 6, Gobber nodded and continued, then do you know what weapon is essential for fighting dragons? Shields. Astrid said almost instantly. Right, well said, child. What is essential for fighting dragons is a shield. Shields can withstand the high temperature of flames and can also be used to strike and make noise to interfere with a dragon's judgment. It is an essential tool for dragon slaying, Gobber said with a firm tone. Next is the practical lesson, Gobber said, taking down the gate with one hand, and a fat Gronkle flew out. This Gronkle rampaged everywhere and almost killed Hiccup. If Gobber hadn't finally hooked the Gronkle's mouth with his hook, Hiccup might have died in the dragon's mouth. Listen, dragons are beasts, they will kill you without hesitation. Gobber said, getting close to Hiccup. Then why didn't that Night Fury kill me? Hiccup thought to himself. Thinking this, the next day Hiccup came to the place where he first met the Night Fury and followed the black dragon's scales on the ground to a crater. When Hiccup picked up the black dragon scale on the ground and observed it carefully, a black figure soared into the sky, but after less than 2 seconds, it fell back into the crater. Hiccup was very surprised and hurriedly took out his notebook to observe the Night Fury struggling in the crater, unable to fly out. He drew the general outline of this Night Fury in his notebook. During this process, Hiccup discovered that this Night Fury seemed unable to fly normally and could not hunt normally. After careful observation, he learned that half of this Night Fury's tail fin was missing, which was why it couldn't fly normally. However, when Hiccup accidentally dropped his pen, the Night Fury and Hiccup locked eyes. In the evening, when summarizing today's dragon training class, the people around him made sarcastic remarks about Hiccup's performance in class today. So, in order to help Hiccup grow up quickly, Gobber took out a dragon manual that recorded all the dragons and gave it to him. Toothless, where are you? As expected, I came again. During the day, I had searched all the nearby islands, but still couldn't find Toothless. This made me increasingly panicked, so I came to this Burke Island again at night to search. The people around heard my voice. To humans, it sounded like a dragon roar. Snotlout, Fishlegs, and others were terrified, but only Gobber picked up an axe and rushed out. As soon as he went out, he and I, who had landed on a rooftop, locked eyes. Gobber. Inner monologue. Am I really fighting this level of variant Night Fury? Is this for real? After hesitating for 2 or 3 seconds, Gobber silently closed the door and said to Hiccup and the others, there is nothing outside, let's continue talking about dragon training class. Hiccup. Fishlegs. Snotlout. Astrid. The twins. Great. That dragon roar outside was so loud, but we're the only ones who can't hear it, right? Everyone thought speechlessly. I saw a Viking missing an arm and a leg rush out, take one look at me, and then shut the door again without saying a word. I hadn't come here to cause trouble anyway, I was here to find my brother. Just as I was about to fly away, I felt a pang of hunger in my stomach. At that moment, I heard the bleating of sheep. As I had expected, I found a few sheep, the few that were left. Although sheep don't taste very good and have a strong, gamey smell, I've been hungry for days trying to find Toothless, so I'll eat a few. These Vikings should be able to understand, right? Besides, I'm only eating because I'm looking for Toothless. If the Vikings want to settle this debt later, they can put it on Toothless's tab. After all, who else is his dear brother? I trust Toothless will understand his brother's good intentions. I thought this to myself, but my movements were quick. I reached out my dragon claws toward the sheep. 8 minutes later, only a pile of wool remained where the sheep had been. I smacked my lips. 7/10 full was just right. After eating and drinking my fill, I flew off to continue my search for Toothless. Not long after Gobber returned, he heard the pathetic bleating of the sheep outside, but he pretended not to hear it. Snotlout and Fishlegs couldn't stand it anymore and wanted to go out to slay the evil dragon, but Gobber stopped them. Listen, those sheep are just hungry lately and can't sleep, which is why they're making noise. You don't need to worry about it, just go back and get some rest, Gobber said, without batting an eye or showing any sign of guilt. Hiccup and the others twitched slightly at the corners of their mouths, but considering Gobber's exaggerated combat prowess and the hammer attached to his severed hand, they remained silently silent. The next day, everyone saw the pile of wool and some ice chunks that clearly hadn't melted yet, but because Gobber was still on the scene, no one asked any questions, pretending they didn't see anything. During today's dragon training class, Hiccup curiously asked Gobber if he had any knowledge about the Night Fury. But Gobber told Hiccup to explore it himself. After the class ended, Astrid felt very angry at Hiccup's lack of seriousness. However, Hiccup didn't care at all. After class, he ran off to see the Night Fury trapped in the crater. This time, Hiccup thoughtfully brought food. He cautiously circled the crater but couldn't find where the Night Fury was. Toothless was lying on a rock, carefully watching the scrawny Viking in front of him. What is this Viking doing here? Is he delivering a meal for me? Toothless pondered. At this moment, Toothless noticed the dagger Hiccup was carrying. His guard, which had just lowered slightly, instantly went back up, and he stared fixedly at Hiccup. Hiccup also felt Toothless's gaze. He carefully placed the dagger on the ground and kicked it into a pool of water. Seeing this baffling maneuver from Hiccup, Toothless was shocked and tilted his head in confusion, looking rather dorky and cute. However, Toothless had been starving for days, so he didn't think too much about it and cautiously approached the fish in Hiccup's hand. This time, Hiccup noticed that Toothless had no teeth in his mouth. No teeth. I remember there were plenty. Hiccup looked at the toothless in front of him, puzzled. But then, Toothless's teeth suddenly popped out. He clamped down on the fish, swallowed it in a few quick bites, and even licked his lips, as if reminiscing about the taste of the fish. After finishing the fish, Toothless approached Hiccup. Hiccup thought Toothless believed he had more fish. Stop, I don't have any more fish. Hiccup said in a panic as he watched Toothless approach him. He backed up until he reached a large rock and had nowhere left to go. Toothless looked down at Hiccup. Then, rolling his eyes, he spat out half a fish tail. The fish, covered in Toothless's saliva, landed in Hiccup's lap. Hiccup finally understood what this Night Fury wanted to do. He wanted to share his food. Hiccup looked at the slimy half-fish in his lap, forced himself to take a bite despite his discomfort, swallowed it under Toothless's expectant gaze, and then managed to force a smile. Toothless imitated Hiccup's smile, looking ridiculous and cute. Then, Hiccup stood up and tried to touch Toothless, but Toothless bared his teeth at him menacingly and jumped away. Meanwhile, on the other side, who had been searching for Toothless like a madman. After Toothless ran to the other side of the crater, he found a spot to lie down and prepare to sleep. Hiccup snuck up in front of Toothless, wanting to pet him, but Toothless saw him. Hiccup nonchalantly pretended to walk away. Then, Hiccup stayed with Toothless until dusk. Hiccup was bored and crouched on the ground drawing. A curious Toothless came over to watch, and after realizing it was a drawing of himself, he dragged over a stick and drew in a similar fashion. Although, it was impossible to tell what he was drawing. After this interaction, Hiccup looked at the Toothless in front of him, reached out his hand, and turned his head away. Toothless hesitated for a moment, then closed his eyes and pressed his head against Hiccup's hand. 3 seconds later, Toothless's head pulled away from Hiccup's hand. His eyes suddenly regained their clarity, and for some unknown reason, he jumped away. Hiccup also returned to the tribe. After returning, Gobber, Hiccup, and the others started a barbecue outdoors, and mentioned that if a dragon could not fly, then only death awaited it. Upon hearing this, Hiccup thought for a while and decided to build a new tail fin for Toothless. Toothless, where are you? Please, if you can hear me, make a sound, okay. I was still searching desperately. Toothless had been lying in the crater, preparing to sleep, when he suddenly heard a familiar voice in his ear. Isn't this my brother? Brother, I'm here. Come and save me. Toothless shouted excitedly. I also heard the sound of Toothless calling me. After searching around, I saw Toothless hiding in the crater. I quickly flew down. Toothless, where did you go? You worried me to death. I looked at the Toothless in front of me, and the anxious heart that had been hanging in my chest finally settled. Brother, I've waited so miserably. I almost thought you didn't want me anymore. Toothless cried and complained to me, snot and tears running down his face. Because I hadn't seen Toothless for several days and had even thought he was killed by dragon hunters, I patiently listened to Toothless's sobbing for 3 hours before he realized he hadn't eaten his fill yet. Hee hee, brother, look, your dear brother has been hungry for days, Toothless said to me with a chuckle. Alright, I haven't even settled the score with you for disappearing these past few days yet. For now, come home with me, and once you're full, I'll deal with you. I said to Toothless and prepared to take off. I turned my head and noticed that Toothless showed no signs of preparing to fly. Brother, I have something to tell you, but you absolutely cannot get angry or hit me after you hear it, Toothless said cautiously. I immediately felt that something was wrong, but I still nodded with a smile and promised, don't worry, brother. No matter what happens, I won't hit you, and I won't get angry. I looked at Toothless in front of me. I thought to myself, could it be that Toothless can't fly anymore? Brother, it's just a very small thing, it's just that, this. Toothless stammered. Speak up, spit it out. If you don't say it now, I'm leaving, I said, looking at Toothless. It's that thing, brother. It's that. I looked speechless at Toothless, who couldn't get a word out for a long time. It's just that the tail fin on the left side of my tail was accidentally knocked off, which is why I can't fly now. Toothless lowered his head and said to me in a voice that was almost inaudible. What? You call this a small thing? Hearing Toothless's words, I felt as if the sky had collapsed, because if a dragon lacks the ability to fly, it basically cannot survive. You had better be kidding me. I said, staring sternly at Toothless in front of me. Brother, I am not kidding. I really cannot fly. Toothless did not dare to look me in the eye at all, and he shook his injured tail in front of me to show me. Fine. I will try to see if I can help you regain your ability to fly. I said helplessly. What? Brother, you can help me regain my ability to fly. Can you make the missing part grow back? Toothless asked me, full of hope. No, but I can give you this. I can only try. I cannot guarantee success. I said helplessly, then used a dragon claw to pinch Toothless's tail and fashioned a new tail fin out of ice at the injured spot. Brother, will this really work? Why does it seem so unreliable? Toothless asked, lacking confidence. Well, you ungrateful thing. I take such good care of you, yet you turn around and question me. Besides, given my current strength, this is the limit of what I can do. I was a bit unhappy with Toothless's questioning of me. Alright, brother, I trust you the most. Seeing that I was a bit unhappy, Toothless quickly came over and rubbed against me affectionately. Alright, hurry up and see if you can fly. 3 minutes later, because the tail fin made of pure ice that I had created for Toothless with my current strength lacked sufficient hardness, the ice shattered as soon as Toothless flew into midair, and he plummeted from high above back into the pond in the crater. Toothless. Brother, are you trying to kill your dear younger brother? Toothless looked at me with some resentment. If he had landed on the ground earlier, while dying might be an exaggeration, it certainly would not have felt good. Sigh, it seems I can only help you regain your flight once my strength has increased. I said to Toothless with a hint of regret. Brother, I am so hungry right now tilde. Got it. Do you want to eat sheep or fish? I asked Toothless. Eat fish, I want to eat fish. Toothless did not hesitate at all and immediately gave his answer. Fine, got it. I really cannot handle you. After I finished speaking, I flew away. Not long after I had flown away, Hiccup arrived with the new tail fin he had crafted and a basket of fish. Hey, buddy, I've come to see you, and I even brought you fish to eat. Hiccup said as he placed the basket of fish on the ground and poured some out. Toothless was just about to step forward to eat a little, but then he saw an eel in that pile of fish and immediately backed away 2 steps. What's wrong? Do you not like eating it? Hiccup was a bit confused, so he picked up the eel and approached Toothless. Toothless immediately showed an expression of disgust, so Hiccup kicked the eel into the water and said, "Actually, I don't like eating eel either." After doing all this, Toothless began to eat the fish, even sticking his head into the fish basket to eat, while Hiccup took the opportunity to go to Toothless's tail and began installing the tail fin for him. After Toothless finished eating the fish, he revealed a sharp gaze. Feeling Hiccup tinkering with his tail behind him, his pupils suddenly rounded, and he became somewhat incredulous. "Ha! Finally finished. This should be able to." Before Hiccup could finish his sentence, Toothless had already spread his wings and zoomed off into the sky. After circling a few times, Toothless, somewhat disliking Hiccup hanging onto his tail, threw Hiccup back into the water when he flew back to the crater. Then, because there was no Hiccup to act as a support, Toothless's tail fin could not be supported, and he also fell into the water. On the way back, Hiccup used the characteristic he learned from Toothless today, that dragons fear eels, to scare off a hideous zippleback. This stunned everyone. By the afternoon, I flew back. "Toothless, I brought you some food," I said to Toothless excitedly. "Brother, I am not hungry right now. How about you keep the fish in your stomach for now?" Toothless said somewhat awkwardly, because he had eaten his fill from Hiccup in the morning. "Why aren't you hungry? Weren't you hungry this morning?" I asked Toothless, somewhat puzzled. "Brother, that was me in the morning being hungry, but now it is me in the afternoon, and the me in the afternoon is not hungry." Toothless was spouting nonsense with a straight face. "What kind of logic is that?" I asked Toothless, somewhat confused. "Oh, brother, don't worry about so much. You go back and rest first, and come see me again tomorrow at noon," Toothless said, extending his dragon claw to push me. Although I was puzzled, I did not ask any more questions and flew away. The next morning, Hiccup brought new equipment to install for Toothless again. This went back and forth. Hiccup and I took turns visiting Toothless, just happening to stagger our times. Then, the relationship between Hiccup and Toothless got better and better. When flying outside, he even learned that dragons quite like a type of herb called draganup. This made his dragon slaying training lessons with Gobber go smoother and smoother, and he even became another new star after Astrid. He even overshadowed Astrid's prominence, which made Astrid very unhappy. Meanwhile, Stoik's dragon hunting party also returned. Unsurprisingly, they were not only in a sorry state but also had no news about the dragon nest. Just as they returned, Gobber told him the good news: his sun was shining brightly in the dragon hunting classes. That evening, Stoik excitedly gave his son, Hiccup, a Viking helmet. He also congratulated Hiccup on being able to slay a monstrous nightmare in tomorrow's exam and use its heart as his rite of passage. This was hard for Hiccup to accept, so the next day he came to find Toothless, intending to run away from home with him. However, what Hiccup did not expect was that Astrid had already been waiting here for a long time. Astrid kept pressing Hiccup, asking who exactly was guiding him from behind the scenes. At this moment, Toothless, who was hiding in the shadows, could not bear it any longer and walked out from the shadows. "Holy cow! A night fury!" Astrid screamed. "Hey, relax, you are scaring it," Hiccup said to Astrid while placing one hand on Toothless's head. "I am scaring it." Astrid could not quite believe what Hiccup was saying. Astrid did not want to listen to Hiccup's explanation and ran backward. As soon as she turned her head, she saw me, whom the clansmen called the Omen, appearing behind her with a huge tuna in my mouth. "Toothless, why is there a Viking here?" I asked Toothless, puzzled and slightly angry, and the tuna in my mouth dropped to the ground. "Hiccup, don't tell me this is also a dragon you've tamed." Astrid felt her scalp tingle and asked Hiccup incredulously. "The Omen. How could it be here?" Hiccup was somewhat panicked. "Brother, listen to my explanation." Seeing that I had arrived, Toothless immediately became flustered. He did not dare to look me in the eye at all and retreated 2 steps timidly. "Toothless, how many more things are you hiding from me?" Toothless, you'd better give me a reasonable explanation. I was furious, looking at the rebellious Toothless. Hiccup and Astrid dared not move at all at this moment. Just kidding, if the chief himself could be roared into a faint by the omen, would they dare to act rashly? That would just be serving themselves up on a platter, wouldn't it? Brother, Toothless explained for a long time. Finally, I learned that that night he had been causing destruction in the Vikings' territory and accidentally crashed into the forest. The next morning, a small Viking had originally intended to kill him but ended up letting him go. He had originally wanted to come find me, but then accidentally fell into this crater. Everything after that was when I found Toothless and the subsequent events. So you're saying, he is your partner? I looked at Toothless in disbelief. I suppose so. Toothless answered in a low voice. I was furious now. No wonder every day at noon when I came, Toothless said he was full. It turns out someone had been feeding him. After the anger subsided, what I felt was endless grievance and a sense of betrayal. I spent a great deal of effort every day finding fish for Toothless. Fish were impossible to catch this season, and I had to fly very, very far to get fish for Toothless to eat. Yet every time I returned, Toothless said he was full, which made me deeply sad. The more I thought about it, the angrier I got, the more aggrieved I felt, and the more aggrieved I felt, the more I felt I had been deceived and betrayed. Without realizing it, tears had even formed in the corners of my eyes. Because I was born just a few minutes earlier than Toothless, according to the timeline, I am also about 15 years old now, the same age as Hiccup and Toothless. I'm so mad. Such an important thing, and you didn't tell me. Am I still your brother? I roared angrily at Toothless. Brother, I was wrong. I'll definitely tell you next time. Seeing me lose my temper, and even seeing tears in the corners of my eyes, Toothless knew this matter had truly saddened me and quickly apologized. You still want to have a next time? I immediately caught the key point in Toothless's answer, and asked in shock, anger, and grievance. No, brother, listen to me explain. Toothless felt his explanation was only making things worse, so he ran up to me and rubbed against my neck. Hiccup and Astrid saw this scene and didn't know whether to leave or stay. They felt stuck in an awkward position. I didn't listen to any more of Toothless's rambling. Out of sight, out of mind, I flew away. Then Astrid also reacted and ran off in the direction of the village. Hey, wait, Astrid, let's talk. Seeing Astrid running away, Hiccup hurriedly followed. Astrid kept her head down and ran away, acting like she wasn't listening to a word he said. Hiccup had no choice but to ride Toothless and force Astrid to take a flight, after which Astrid reluctantly agreed to keep the secret. During the process, Toothless suddenly became disobedient, leading Hiccup and Astrid to discover the secret of the dragon's nest. After much persuasion from Hiccup, Astrid reluctantly agreed to keep the secret again, and even kissed Hiccup before they parted ways. Hiccup displayed a lewd look again, and Toothless curiously came up to examine Hiccup. The next day, what was bound to come finally arrived. Stoik stood on a podium and gave a passionate speech, the gist of which was that Hiccup now possessed the ability to become an excellent Viking warrior. After the speech finished, the next part was Hiccup facing the monstrous nightmare alone. Hiccup put on his helmet, took his shield, readied his axe, and entered the arena. Immediately after, the monstrous nightmare was released. Just as everyone was expecting Hiccup to put on a brilliant display of dragon slaying, Hiccup made a move that surprised everyone. Hiccup placed his shield and axe on the ground, preparing to use his signature dragon taming move to tame the monstrous nightmare before him and prove that the vast majority of dragons were kind and harmless. But his father, Stoik, really couldn't bear to watch any longer and slammed his hammer against the iron bars, which instantly enraged the monstrous nightmare. Meanwhile, on the other side, Toothless seemed to sense that Hiccup was in danger. In some mysterious way, he struggled, wanting to jump out of the crater. After trying for a while, a dragon claw hooked onto the edge of the crater. At the same time, I also felt in some mysterious way that Toothless was about to do something bad. I quickly pulled myself together, suppressing my negative emotions, and flew back toward the crater. After all, Toothless is my only brother. If he really did something excessive, then I would truly be left as a lone dragon. Inside the arena at this moment, the monstrous nightmare was attacking Hiccup frantically. At a critical moment, a blast of purple dragon fire instantly struck the iron fence, melting a large hole. Toothless squeezed in and began to fight the monstrous nightmare. Hiccup wanted Toothless to escape because the Vikings were rushing in from all directions. But Toothless refused to leave no matter what. At this moment, the people of the tribe, without distinguishing right from wrong, all rushed up, wanting to subdue Toothless. After knocking over several Vikings in a row, Toothless pounced on Hiccup's father, Stoic. Just as Toothless was about to deliver a killing blow. No! Stop! Hiccup roared at Toothless. Out of trust for Hiccup, Toothless stopped. Then, the Vikings who rushed up piled onto him, pinning him to the ground, unable to move. Toothless. Then, Hiccup's father, Stoic, took Hiccup back to the Great Hall and gave him a scolding. When he asked Hiccup to explain, Hiccup accidentally told Stoic the truth about what he had seen in the dragon's nest and informed Stoic that only a dragon could find that place. Stoic, however, discovered the key issue. You've been to the dragon's nest. Realizing he had let it slip, Hiccup. In the end, Hiccup could only watch helplessly as Toothless was tied up, prepared to be used as a navigator and killed after being used. How did Toothless run off and disappear again? I only scolded him a couple of times. That shouldn't warrant him playing hide and seek with me again, right? Fine, fine, fine. When I find him, this time I'm going to give him a beating no matter what, just to make him learn a lesson. I said viciously. But when I discovered that the scent Toothless left behind led toward the Vikings' village, I became visibly worried and afraid that something might happen to Toothless among the Vikings. Toothless, please don't do anything stupid. I flew up anxiously, heading toward the Vikings' village. Meanwhile, on the other side, Hiccup could only watch as his father Stoic's ship took Toothless to search for the Dragon Island, yet he was powerless to do anything. Hiccup felt extremely guilty, even starting to blame himself for being useless, but with Astrid's encouragement, Hiccup made a major decision, to take Fishlegs, Snotlout, and the others to tame the dragons that had been locked up. When I arrived at the place where Toothless had last left his scent, I discovered that it was actually the Vikings' arena. This shocked and terrified me. Thinking of the consequences after the Vikings caught my brother, that it would surely be death, my eyes were filled with endless killing intent. Hiccup brought Astrid and the other friends to the training grounds, releasing the imprisoned monstrous nightmare to demonstrate how to tame a dragon. Did you learn it? Hiccup asked. I've more or less got the hang of it, Astrid replied, her answer standard and composed. Then, Hiccup released all the other dragons, teaching them how to tame them one by one. From this moment on, the first generation of dragon riders was born. Hiss, Hiccup, why do I feel like it's getting a bit cold? Fishlegs asked, sounding somewhat puzzled. Could it be that the body feels fear while taming dragons, causing it to go cold? I have that feeling too, Astrid said as well. That doesn't make sense. When I was with Toothless, I never felt anything like this, Hiccup said, rubbing his chin in confusion. Wait, look, is it starting to freeze here? Snotlout said, pointing at the ground. Is your brain broken? Isn't it perfectly normal for it to freeze in winter? The twins mocked. No, this is different. Everything around us is being frozen, and the speed at which it's freezing is terrifyingly fast, Hiccup voiced. Wait, only one dragon is capable of freezing things at this speed, Fishlegs said. The surrounding dragons also began to look around in panic. You mean? Hiccup already had a guess in his mind, but he dared not believe it. You're right, it's that dragon, the Omen, Astrid said, realizing it belatedly, as she reached for her shield and axe. I arrived in the village, and with me as the center, the area within a 500-meter radius began to slowly freeze. I made my way slowly to the outside of the training grounds, and sensing the presence of Toothless and the people around him inside, I accelerated and flew toward that spot. The surrounding villagers, upon seeing me, what they called the omen, hurriedly bolted their doors, not even caring about their sheep. I flew in front of Hiccup, and I saw the undisguised panic and fear in his eyes. Listen, boy, if you don't want to die, tell me, where has my brother Toothless gone? I asked Hiccup in a calm tone. But to Hiccup, this was just a deep dragon roar. The others around, seeing that it was me, dropped their usual slacker attitudes and restrained themselves, terrified that I might notice them. As for the deadly Natter, the hideous Zippleback, and the other dragons, upon seeing me, they all lowered their heads to show submission. Yet, Hiccup still wanted to use his old dragon taming method, dropping all his weapons, lowering his center of gravity, and slowly approaching, trying to pet my head. I looked at Hiccup in confusion. What did this have to do with what I asked? But in reality, I had forgotten that these people couldn't understand dragon language. Watching Hiccup dare to take steps toward me, a wave of anger surged in my heart. Did he not know who I was? Did he not know that approaching me like this was dangerous? The more I thought, the angrier I became, feeling that he must be doing it on purpose, he wanted to offend me. Without hesitation, I released all of my aura. This aura instantly swept through everything around me. The moment I released it, the surrounding temperature seemed to drop by dozens of degrees. The Gronkle, the deadly Natter, the hideous Zippleback, and the other dragons, unable to withstand this aura, even collapsed onto the ground. I even demonstrated a portion of my abilities, such as creating ice sculptures and so on. Behind me, several Viking ice sculptures made of pure ice appeared. They could even move and possessed a certain degree of combat capability. But most importantly, there was a Night Fury that looked exactly like Toothless. I pointed with my claw at that ice Night Fury, hoping this group of people could understand what I meant. This is Toothless. Are you Toothless's brother? Hiccup asked, sounding somewhat uncertain. I nodded impatiently. I'm sorry, the omen, it was my fault for not protecting Toothless well. I let them be taken away. Upon hearing this, the surrounding air seemed to grow even colder, and my killing intent, which had almost materialized, made everyone and every dragon present tremble uncontrollably. Seeing that I wanted to kill him, Hiccup hurriedly continued. Wait, the omen, everything can still be remedied. Let us go and rescue Toothless. Everything is still in time. I looked at Hiccup, pondering the meaning of his words. After thinking for a while, I felt that keeping them alive was more useful than killing them. Where is Toothless? I asked suddenly after thinking for a long time, but to them, it sounded like a dragon roar. The people around were startled when I made a sound, but Hiccup, feigning composure, used his finger to point in a direction. I looked in that direction and was just about to flap my wings to go rescue Toothless, but Hiccup said to wait for them to go together. The reason was that there is strength in numbers, and he also wanted to make up for their mistakes. After thinking for a moment, I said to them, if any harm comes to Toothless, I will slaughter you all. I said, expressionless, to Hiccup and his people. Although Hiccup and the others couldn't understand, they could still hear the threat in my tone. And the few dragons behind them, because they understood, were suddenly a bit frightened. I looked at the dragons behind Hiccup and the others, and because Toothless had been taken away, I was feeling very irritable, so I said to them. And the same goes for you. If any harm comes to Toothless, I will kill you too. I threatened them. Deadly Natter. Gronkle. Hideous Zippleback. Monstrous Nightmare. Great. If anything happens to this Toothless that the Alpha Dragon King in front of us is talking about, we are all going to be buried with him, right? The dragons thought this but dared not show it in the slightest. Meanwhile, on the other side, Stoic led his tribesmen to use catapults to launch stones at the cave entrance. Under the impact of several huge stones, a hole was quickly smashed open, but strangely, upon closer inspection, there were no dragons inside. Then, Stoic waved his hand, and a lit fireball was launched from the catapult into the cave, where it was packed densely with dragons. Stoic's face was full of rage, and a low, deafening roar erupted from his throat. He gripped his axe and shield tightly in his hands, his footsteps as swift as a gale, and he rushed into the depths of the dark cave without hesitation. However, when he rushed into the cave, he discovered that those dragons, which should have been fiercely aggressive, actually had no will to fight. They seemed to have no interest in this battle, not even glancing at Stoic, and simply spread their wings and flew directly out of the cave entrance. The tribesmen outside cheered and jumped for joy because they had destroyed the dragon nest, so they wouldn't have to suffer from the harassment of giant dragons in the future. But Stoic vaguely sensed something was wrong, it was too easy. Sure enough, Stoic saw the restrained Toothless, revealing an even more panicked expression. Stoic immediately witnessed his inner guess confirmed, the true great terror was about to come. Meanwhile, I had also left countless ice bombs in the Vikings' village on the other side. With a single thought from me, these bombs would raze this place to the ground. Hiccup and the others watched this scene but were helpless, they knew this was my security measure. I also began to gather my breath attack in my mouth, preparing to go all out once I reached the destination. Hiccup and the others were also riding their dragons, ready to set off, but Hiccup looked at me intentionally or unintentionally, and I looked at him speechlessly. After thinking for a while, I retracted my aura, stopped releasing cold air outward, and let Hiccup sit on my back. Immediately after, I spread my wings and flew high, flying rapidly toward the dragon's nest. Cracks began to appear throughout the interior of the cave. Sensing that something was terribly wrong, Stoic immediately led his people to retreat. After they had pulled back to a safe distance, the Red Death burst out from the ground. Seeing the sheer size of the Red Death, Stoic found himself questioning his very existence. By Thor, what is that thing? Gobber couldn't help but exclaim. The once brave warrior, Stoic, now stared dumbfounded at the 100-meter-long Red Death. May Odin protect us. Facing such an enemy, Stoic couldn't even conceive of a way to win. This was no longer a matter that could be overcome by numbers alone. Nevertheless, he still gave the order, fire. Several catapults launched massive boulders, but they struck the Red Death like mere pebbles, feeling neither painful nor itchy. This only served to enrage the Red Death. After smashing all the catapults to pieces, it unleashed a spectacular blast of fire, incinerating all their dragon-hunting ships. The ship where Toothless was kept began to slowly sink. In this moment of despair, Stoic and his good friend Gobber began to draw the Red Death's attention to cover their people so they could escape to a safer location. Just as the Red Death was distracted and preparing to crush Gobber under its foot. At this critical moment, a sharp dragon roar echoed across the sky. Unlike the deafening, dull, and chaotic roar of the Red Death, mine was sharper. The Red Death's attention was diverted. It couldn't understand why there was another creature, as it believed it should be the only regional alpha dragon for 100 miles. Consequently, it missed its step, and Gobber managed to escape with his life. Just as the Red Death turned to look, a highly concentrated, ice-blue breath attack shot toward it at 3 times the speed of sound. It seemed to have veered slightly off course, striking the Red Death's arm instead. A massive sound rang out, and despite looking relatively small, the breath attack proceeded to freeze almost the entire Red Death solid. However, it wasn't long before cracks appeared in the massive block of ice, and the Red Death broke free. It looked incredibly disheveled. Its defense was exceptional, so the small ice shards hadn't pierced its skin, but the arm that had been hit was nearly severed. The white bone was visible, and the arm was hanging by only a layer of skin and muscle, it was essentially useless. Furthermore, the wound continued to freeze, and the icy toxin inside was eroding its body. The Red Death was first terrified, then enraged. Turning its head, it saw a small creature flying 200 meters in front of it. Its aura was comparable to, if not slightly stronger than, its own. The Red Death was shocked. It couldn't believe that a dragon of such small stature could possess such a powerful aura. It could also sense that the 4-winged, ice-blue Night Fury before it hadn't even reached adulthood, it was still a juvenile. It dared not imagine how strong such a variant Night Fury would become in the future. For once, it didn't launch an attack, choosing instead to stand in a standoff with me. On the other side, I was equally shocked. I had anticipated that this Dragon King's defense would be strong, but I hadn't expected it to be this formidable. That was a breath attack I had been charging for over 10 minutes, and it hadn't even managed to sever its arm. Both sides rarely refrained from acting rashly, and I began to charge another breath attack in my mouth, all without the Red Death knowing. When I had first arrived, Hiccup had seized the opportunity to jump onto the ship where Toothless was being held, but because he couldn't open the shackles, he had nearly drowned. Stoic finally understood the role of a dragon rider. After pulling the drowning Hiccup ashore, he dove back into the water and broke the shackles binding Toothless. Toothless swam back to the surface, allowing Hiccup to ride on his back. Hiccup wanted to ride Toothless into battle, but his father grabbed him. Hiccup, you don't actually have to fight. All of this is my fault, and I'm sorry. Stoic said, speaking with a rare sense of guilt. This is something I need to resolve. Adventure is in our nature as Vikings. Hiccup gave his father a look that said, trust me, then rode Toothless to my side. After a brief silence, the Red Death was the first to speak. You leave this place. I'll be the Dragon King of the East, and you can be the Dragon King of the West. We'll stay out of each other's way. How about that? The Red Death said, fighting through the pain of its severed arm. You're dreaming. You won't be alive much longer. I shattered the Red Death's delusions, continuing to charge my breath attack while speaking to it. Why? The Red Death was terrified. It didn't want to die, much like that scum Muzan from next door. Because you've been poisoned by my ice toxin. You'll be dead in 3 days at most. I gave the Red Death the answer without hesitation. Why did you come to invade my territory? I never provoked you. The Red Death asked angrily. So what? My little brother, Toothless, went missing, and I'm in a bad mood. I'm annoyed by everyone. To be honest, I came here specifically to vent my frustrations. I said deliberately. The Red Death. I'm going to fight you to the death. The Red Death, driven to desperation, unleashed a breath attack. Just then, Hiccup, riding Toothless, fired a breath attack that struck the back of the Red Death's head, causing it to misfire its own blast. The Red Death was furious. It was one thing for a Dragon King of my level to mess with it, but who were these nobodies to dare provoke it? So, the Red Death decided to deal with the easier target first and pursued Toothless. Help me stall for time, not long, just 3 minutes. I said to Toothless, and after finishing, I began to charge my breath attack with all my might. Got it, brother. Toothless nodded quickly in agreement. Under normal circumstances, he would have thrown a tantrum, but he knew this wasn't the time for that. With Toothless's continuous breath attacks, he successfully enraged the Red Death, or, to put it simply, made it overheat. The Red Death even spread its wings and began to chase Hiccup and Toothless. Hiccup was shocked that something of its size could actually fly. During the flight, Fishlegs, Hiccup, Snotlout, Astrid, and the twins noticed the Red Death's nearly severed arm and felt a chill. They hadn't expected my breath attack to be so powerful. Toothless flew upward, leading the Red Death into the high altitude while continuously employing hit-and-run tactics. High in the sky, the Red Death couldn't see where Toothless was, and Toothless's breath attacks were quite powerful, leaving the Red Death agitated and irritable. It sprayed fire in all directions and, sure enough, discovered Toothless's location. The Red Death rushed to chase Toothless, but saw Toothless turn his head, grin, and say to the Red Death, "Time's up." The Red Death felt a sudden sense of foreboding, and its unease grew stronger. It opened its mouth, intending to unleash a breath attack to kill Toothless, but Toothless immediately spread his wings and flew away at high speed. The moment Toothless flew off, the Red Death saw me, whom it hadn't been able to see before due to the line of sight. At the exact moment Toothless flew away, I opened my mouth, which had finished charging, and aimed at the Red Death's head. When the Red Death saw me open my mouth, a terrifying energy brewed within, like a volcanic eruption, its extreme cold seemingly intending to freeze everything in the world. The intensity and power of that energy seemed to solidify the surrounding air, and time itself stopped flowing at that moment. The Red Death's 6 eyes widened, its originally angry gaze now filled with shock and disbelief. It realized it had been tricked. A feeling of despair surged into the Red Death's heart like a tide. It realized there was a high probability it could not withstand the impact of this power. Its body began to tremble involuntarily, caused by the powerlessness born of the fear of death. Seeing the Red Death in this fearful state, I grinned, and immediately, an ice blue beam shot out from my mouth. The moment it emerged, the surrounding temperature plummeted by over a dozen degrees as the beam blasted toward the Red Death's mouth. The Red Death spread its wings, attempting to dodge, but at such close range, it was nearly impossible to avoid. The shot missed slightly, piercing its neck. Ice immediately followed, constantly eroding its blood and freezing within its veins, preventing blood from reaching its brain. The Red Death lost all its strength the moment it was pierced, crashing to the ground with a thud and kicking up clouds of dust. However, it did not explode as it did in the original story. Instead, its 6 eyes stared wide open. I flapped my 4 wings and flew before it, watching its angry, helpless, and desperate expression as it could only watch its own death unfold. Do you know where you went wrong? I asked, looking at the Red Death with a smile tugging at the corner of my mouth. The Red Death. Oh, that's right, I almost forgot your neck was pierced by me. I suppose you can't make a sound anymore, right? I looked at the Red Death, even flying onto its head to gaze at the 3 eyes on one side. Oh my, why aren't you moving? Do you not want to move? Why aren't you saying anything? I asked, feigning ignorance. The Red Death. Oh my, I'm truly sorry, I accidentally killed you. I said, staring into one of the Red Death's eyes. The Red Death glared at me fixedly, as if trying to kill me with its gaze. Oh my, I'm so scared, are you trying to kill me? How hateful, you've frightened me. I mocked the Red Death relentlessly. In extreme unwillingness and fury, the Red Death passed away. The surrounding Vikings let out cheers of joy, but Stoic did not relax for a single moment, instead staring fixedly at me as I stood on the Red Death's head. At this moment, Hiccup also flew over on Toothless to Stoic's side. All the Vikings finally realized that a greater threat was right before their eyes. I turned my head to look at the Vikings present, putting away my previous gloating expression. When I thought about how these Vikings were the ones who destroyed my brother Toothless's tail fin, my anger flared up. Hiccup and Toothless anxiously watched the tense atmosphere and, coincidentally, made the same move. Hiccup ran to his father, Stoic, to persuade him, while Toothless ran to me. Wait, father, we really don't need to be at daggers drawn like this. Hiccup quickly ran to his father and said. What are you saying? That is the Omen, a huge threat to us. Stoic looked at Hiccup in disbelief. Wait, father. The Omen is Toothless's brother, he won't do anything to us. Wait, are you saying the Omen is the brother of that pet dragon of yours? That should be the case. Also, Toothless is my partner, not a pet dragon. Hiccup corrected him earnestly and seriously. Brother, what are you doing? Stop immediately. Toothless scrambled over and flew in front of me. What am I doing? Naturally, killing all these Vikings who harmed you, then taking you back to the dragon's den. I said calmly. Kill them. Brother, how can you be so cruel? Toothless was somewhat shocked. Also, I haven't settled the score with you for running out of the cave, and I haven't settled the matter of you disappearing on me without a word either. I stared at Toothless in front of me. Brother, he is my partner, my friend, you cannot hurt him. Toothless stared into my eyes, unafraid. Upon hearing these words, I immediately felt like my own cabbage had been trampled by a pig, and also had the feeling of having my home stolen. Do you really think so? Brother, I am serious. Then please tell me, which Viking managed to win the heart of my dear brother Toothless? It's that Viking, the short, thin, and small one. Toothless pointed at Hiccup, who was arguing incessantly with his father, Stoic. Then may I ask why your relationship with him is so good? Because he let me go when I was caught in the dragon catching net, and when I was trapped in the crater, he also took the initiative to come and feed me fish. Toothless said without hesitation. First, are you sure that only he, a Viking, came at that time? Brother, I am certain that only he, a Viking, was there at that time. Then how did he know you were shot down? I asked, hitting the nail on the head. This, Toothless was momentarily speechless. The answer is obvious. It was he who personally shot you down, causing you to lose your tail fin and your ability to fly. No, brother, that's not it. Also, did I not find fish for you to eat? I remember those days you seemed to tell me every day that you weren't hungry, right? Every day, in order to catch fish for you, I had to fly back and forth for several hours. In this season, fish are already hard to catch. You should know that better than I do. Brother, that matter, it was indeed my fault, but you can't just because of this matter. Enough. If someone broke your leg and then gave you a pair of crutches, should you be grateful to him? And if you aren't grateful, would he say, if it weren't for me, you wouldn't even be able to walk? Is that it? I angrily questioned Toothless. No, brother, he is sincere. Sincere. You're talking to me about a Viking from a generation that specializes in dragon slaying being sincere to you. Brother, Toothless was already somewhat speechless. Fine, if you want me not to kill them, that's possible, but come back to the dragon's den with me immediately, and you are not allowed to return to Burke Island, nor are you allowed to have any dealings with the Vikings. Brother, please grant me this one time. Toothless's eyes were filled with pleading. Don't look at me with those eyes, a night fury should not have such pleading eyes. I continued to scold Toothless mercilessly, because the things Toothless had done this past month really made me very angry. At the same time, I was worried about Toothless's future, so I hoped that Toothless could learn a lesson after being scolded by me. As for these Vikings, I really wanted to kill them. After all, it was they who caused my brother to lose his ability to fly. Meanwhile, on the other side, Hiccup and his father were also engaged in a heated argument. But in the end, Hiccup persuaded his father. The reason was nothing else, just because of one sentence from Hiccup. Father, if the omen had any designs on us, it would have killed you that night, and besides, even if all of us combined, we couldn't defeat the omen. Stoic. I looked at the disappointing Toothless in front of me, closed my eyes in anger, and turned my head away, no longer looking at Toothless, trying to calm my inner emotions. Toothless looked at me, an idea forming in its heart, moved closer to my side, and then. Brother, they really can create a world where humans and dragons live in harmony. Why won't you believe me? Toothless flew to my side and asked. No means no. This is not up for discussion. My tone was firm, yet I kept my eyes closed, refusing to look at Toothless as I spoke. Brother, open your eyes and look at me. I won't. Looking at you just annoys me, you good for nothing. Brother, do you really think that of your dear little brother? Toothless's tone sounded a bit aggrieved, making me wonder for a split second if I had been too harsh. Then, the moment I opened my eyes, I saw Toothless's face almost pressed against mine. This startled me, the distance was too close, and I could even feel Toothless's breath. This made me think of Toothless's usual habit of throwing tantrums, but looking at all the Vikings around us, surely Toothless wouldn't do that, right? Brother, please just agree to it, okay? Toothless moved even closer to me. I subconsciously took a step back. No. You want me to leave my little brother with a bunch of strangers? How is that possible? By this time, Hiccup had also successfully persuaded his father, and all the Vikings were watching Toothless and me talking, which made me feel a bit awkward. Brother, if you still don't agree, I will. Toothless smirked and took another step closer to me. What else are you planning to do? I'm your brother. I felt a sudden sense of unease, but thinking that Toothless wouldn't do that sort of thing in public, I felt slightly reassured. Then, Toothless launched himself at me and hugged me. I was terrified. Toothless held onto me as we rolled a few times from the head of the Red Death down to the ground. What are you doing? Toothless. Get off me right now. I exclaimed, using my dragon claws to push Toothless away. Toothless hugged me even tighter and said, Brother, as long as you agree, I'll let go. How about it? The surrounding Vikings watched in shock as Hiccup's pet dragon hugged the omen, rolled a few times from the head of the Red Death to the ground, and then held each other tightly. They all had their mouths wide open. I also saw the shocked expressions of the hundreds of Vikings, and I felt so embarrassed I could dig a hole and crawl into it. I felt that my image in their eyes was completely ruined. I would never be able to show my face again. Toothless, get up first. I won't get up if you don't agree. Let's talk after you get up. I won't get up if you don't agree. I agree, you can come once a month in the future. That won't do, brother. We have to live there. What? You want to live there? What's wrong, brother? Is it not okay? Of course it's not. Then your dear little brother might just have to keep hugging my dear brother forever. Stoic, Hiccup, and the other Vikings were beyond shocked. Is it really the omen? Stoic asked, sounding somewhat uncertain. Judging by his iconic four wings and ice blue scales, it certainly is. Hiccup watched Toothless and his brother, the omen, embracing in the distance, with Toothless holding onto his brother tightly while I struggled continuously. The nearby dragons also stared dumbfounded at the two night furies embracing on the ground. The deadly Natter asked uncertainly, if I'm not mistaken, those should be two male dragons, right? Then what are they doing? The Gronkle replied, I don't know, but maybe dragons these days have that thing. Preferring the same gender. I'd only heard about it in dragon flocks before, never expected to see it myself. The monstrous nightmare said, oh, I see. That makes sense, that makes sense. The dragons exchanged knowing glances, nodded, and turned their heads away. Naturally, the sound of those dragons talking was heard by me, with my super sensitive hearing. To be honest, I was feeling a bit flushed. My brain was completely overwhelmed by shame and anger. I wanted to push Toothless away, but I was afraid of hurting it, so I didn't dare to use any force. Brother, do you agree? Toothless saw my expression and knew it had already succeeded halfway. Fine, I agree. Let go of me first. Brother, you also have to live on the island with me, otherwise I won't see you, and I'll be sad. Fine, I'll live on the island with you. Let go of me now. Hee, I knew brother was the best. Toothless said, letting go of me. The moment Toothless let go, I jumped far away as if I were springing up, trying hard to calm my emotions. Brother, you promised, no backing out. Toothless came to my side with a grin, and after saying this, ran over to its friend Hiccup. Before the surrounding Vikings could recover from their shock, Toothless had already run up to Hiccup and rubbed its head against him. Toothless, did you convince your brother? Hiccup asked uncertainly. Toothless nodded excitedly. Hiccup touched his chin thoughtfully, wondering if this trick would work on his father. Meanwhile, I was also calming my inner emotions. After I had mostly calmed down, I thought that with me living on the island, the Vikings shouldn't dare to do anything to my little brother, Toothless. Although I thought so, I didn't dare to bet on it. Looking at those blockheaded and shifty-eyed Vikings, I decided to give them a warning first. Thinking of this, I flapped my four wings and flew in front of their leader, Stoic. Stoic also watched me vigilantly. At this moment, Hiccup and Toothless also became nervous, fearing that both sides would do something extreme. I circled around Stoic twice and then shook my head, wearing an expression that said, you're not much. Seeing my expression, Stoic wanted to beat me up, but since he couldn't defeat me, he had no choice but to glare at me angrily. I ignored Stoic's glare and instead began to release cold air from my body. The ground froze rapidly due to the contact with my dragon claws, and then a mini version of Toothless and a mini version of Stoic appeared, both about 50 centimeters tall. I scanned all the Vikings present and then made a mini ice sculpture of each of them on the ground. I even made mini ice sculptures of the Gronkle, monstrous nightmare, deadly Natter, and other dragons. Then, the mini version of Stoic on the ground conjured a mini ice bow and shot a mini ice arrow, which whooshed and stuck into the mini ice sculpture of Toothless. Then, the Toothless ice sculpture flapped its wings and ran in front of me to complain. I swung my tail and smashed all of their ice sculptures, as well as the dragon's ice sculptures. Except for Toothless's ice sculpture. The meaning was self-evident. After doing all this, I flew to Toothless's side, leaving all the Vikings present looking at each other in dismay. Brother, how could you threaten them like that? Toothless asked me anxiously. Hey, just giving them a taste of what's coming to keep them from having any improper thoughts about you, I said in a casual tone. Seeing me so close, Hiccup couldn't help but feel a sense of awe. At the same time, he marveled at how absurdly strong Toothless's brother was. Were they really born from the same mother? Nevertheless, in order to gain a bit more of my trust, Hiccup said to me, "Don't worry, Toothless's brother. Toothless is my best friend, and I would protect him with my life. Please, trust me." I narrowed my eyes, looking at Hiccup in front of me. Seeing the sincerity in his eyes, I sighed, unable to say much more, but I inwardly acknowledged his intentions. Then, I nodded in affirmation. Seeing me nod, Hiccup understood that I had agreed. He excitedly climbed onto Toothless's back. That's great, Toothless. Your brother agreed. Let's go back to Burke Island. Seeing that I had agreed, Toothless excitedly circled around me twice, licked my forehead twice, let Hiccup climb onto his back, and flew back to Burke Island. Seeing how close Hiccup and my younger brother Toothless were, I felt so jealous I could almost squeeze out lemon juice. I didn't understand why Toothless was so open and thick-skinned. If it were me, I definitely wouldn't be able to act like that. I sighed and followed behind Toothless as he flew away. When the Vikings returned to Burke Island, they discovered many icicles here, each topped with a compressed ice bomb. After Hiccup's explanation, they realized that if anything happened to my brother Toothless, I would not hesitate to detonate these ice bombs, destroy this place, and then slaughter them. A chill ran down everyone's spines. I seemed to have developed a playful mood. I summoned a minion, had it hold one of the ice bombs, and run to a safe zone. The ice bomb exploded, instantly bursting with many icicles and ice pillars. They shot out in all directions, covering everything. With the ice bomb as the center, a thick layer of ice instantly formed within a 5-meter radius, and the effective range of the icicles and ice beads reached 20 meters. Seeing the shocked expressions of the Vikings, I felt a sense of relief inside. Let's see if they dare to target my brother Toothless again. If they dare, I'll blow them to pieces in a minute. After doing all this, I started looking for a cave on Burke Island where I could sleep. After I found the cave and went back to talk to Toothless, I learned that Toothless actually wanted to sleep in the Vikings' houses. I was about to get angry, but looking at Toothless's sincere eyes and the respectful yet fearful expressions of the surrounding Vikings, I felt it wasn't impossible. So, I sighed and said, "Fine, then you can stay in Hiccup's house. I'll be in the cave above these Viking houses. Just remember to come find me when you have time." After saying that, I flew away. The next morning, while I was hovering high in the sky, I saw Hiccup riding my Toothless practicing flying. Once again, I felt jealous and was furious, but I had no reason to pick a fight, so I flew away, deciding that out of sight is out of mind. Wait, Toothless, isn't that your brother? Why did he leave without even saying hello? Hiccup asked, watching my figure quickly disappear into the horizon. Toothless shook his head and called out twice. Hiccup didn't understand, so he had to let it go. That afternoon, I also saw Hiccup's friends. How should I put it? None of them looked like normal people. But I wasn't here to find Hiccup for that reason. After giving them a disdainful look, I created an ice sculpture of Hiccup, pointed at it with my head, and asked where he was. Just as I finished asking them, Hiccup flew back riding Toothless. As soon as Hiccup flew back to the training grounds, he saw me and asked Toothless, somewhat panicked, "Toothless, is your brother here to find you?" After Toothless landed on the ground, Hiccup jumped off. "Brother, what are you here for?" "I'm not here for you, I'm here for Hiccup." "Hiccup. Why are you looking for him? He didn't offend you, did he?" Toothless asked suspiciously. "What are you thinking? I'm here to see him about something serious." Hiccup also noticed that I kept staring at him, and realizing I was here for him, he asked me what was wrong. After I gestured wildly for a long time, Hiccup finally understood that I was here to learn how to read. Although I couldn't make human sounds, I could control text to express what I wanted to say. Oh, you want to learn to read? You've come to the right person, Hiccup said, somewhat excitedly. He could finally talk to the omen. I nodded speechlessly. Then, Hiccup walked in front, writing words in a notebook. For example, he would point at a piece of bread and write, bread, in the notebook. I crowded beside Hiccup, carefully memorizing these things. Brother, I didn't expect you to want to be a cultured dragon, Toothless said, curiously crowding beside me. Nothing better to do, just memorizing for fun, I said with an indifferent attitude. Brother, stop pretending. You definitely want to learn all these words, right? I do not. Oh, stop asking, go do whatever you need to do. Then Hiccup spent half a day teaching me to recognize the basic things that could be found in the village, such as trees, flowers and plants, people, houses, bread, fish, and so on. Did you learn it? Toothless's brother, Hiccup asked, a bit uncertainly. I used ice to precisely create 3 words on the ground. I learned it. That's great. Also, the omen doesn't sound very good, does it? Since you are Toothless's brother, how about I call you Toothed? Hiccup said excitedly. I firmly shook my head. Why? This name is so easy to remember, Hiccup asked, somewhat puzzled. I looked at Hiccup, and at this moment, new text appeared on the ice on the ground. Hiccup hurriedly looked over. Do not get too carried away. I am only staying here for a long time because of my younger brother. If anything happens to my younger brother, don't think you will walk away unscathed. I mean what I say. After looking at the words on the ground for a while, Hiccup laughed awkwardly and said, haha, Toothed really knows how to joke. Well, here's to an even more pleasant life between us. I looked at Hiccup speechlessly and then flew back to the cave higher up, preparing to rest. At noon, just after my nap, I woke up to find Toothless standing in front of me, watching me. When he saw me wake up, he excitedly circled me twice and licked my head. Before I could even react, Toothless pushed me outside, saying he wanted me to take a good look at his current flying skills. I looked at Toothless in confusion, not understanding what he was up to. Then, I followed Toothless as he flew to their destination, a huge reef. There, I saw Hiccup, Snotlout, the twins, and Fishlegs, among others. Hey, buddy, did you bring your brother along too? Hiccup asked casually. Toothless chirped happily twice. Seeing Toothless and Hiccup getting along so well, I felt a sour pang of jealousy in my heart. Alright, guys, the flying competition has started. Who's first? Me. Snotlout said, as if afraid the spot would be stolen. I watched them speechless as they demonstrated their flying skills one by one. What made me feel most speechless and embarrassed was Fishlegs, who rode a fat gronkel, flew a circle around the reef at a speed of 2.5 meters per second, and then landed back in place. This fat guy actually said it was his best performance yet. I covered my face, my toes curling in embarrassment. The combination of Astrid and her deadly natter was relatively average, barely enough to keep people from being too bored. Hey, buddy, your brother seems bored. It's time to surprise him and broaden his horizons. Hiccup said after seeing my lack of interest. Brother, just watch. I'll definitely make you see something amazing. Toothless chirped excitedly at me. I stared at them, only to see Hiccup riding Toothless, shooting straight into the clouds like an arrow released from a bow, disappearing in the blink of an eye. However, before others could even react, he dove down rapidly like a shooting star streaking across the sky, rushing past the reef at such a close distance that it felt like we could feel each other's breath. Hiccup steered Toothless, skimming the sea surface at an astonishing speed, kicking up waves. Toothless's wings shimmered with silver light under the sun, reflecting against the blue sea and sky to form a breathtaking scene. After they flew back, Toothless asked me excitedly, how was it? My little brother is great, isn't he? You've improved so much. Then brother, give me a hug. Toothless looked at me with expectation. I was just about to agree, but seeing Hiccup and the others staring at me, I immediately sobered up. After coughing twice, I said, if there's nothing else, let's head back. Brother, aren't you going to show us? Show what? Show your flying skills. Alright, you've been plotting against your brother all along. I was wondering why you brought me here. So this is what it was for. Pretty please, brother. Toothless looked at me with expectation. I, who had wanted to refuse, sighed after seeing Toothless's gaze. Fine, just this once. Hee hee. Toothless chuckled twice as if his scheme had succeeded. I spread my 4 ice blue wings. They shimmered with cold light like ice crystals, as if carved from the purest ice. Among them, the pair of wings with a larger span reached an astonishing 15 meters. When this pair of wings spread out, it was like 2 giant blue canopies, covering a considerable area of the sky. The other, slightly smaller pair of wings also reached 13.6 meters. Although relatively smaller, they were equally shocking. My body length was slightly longer than Toothless's, at about 8.2 meters. Just then, I suddenly flapped my wings violently. This flap was like a thunderbolt, just the initial speed was already close to the speed of sound. As my wings continued to flap, I sped away like a bolt of lightning, the speed so fast it was staggering. During the flight, the air around me seemed to be torn apart by my wings, forming circle after circle of shockwaves. These shockwaves, like surging waves, spread outwards with me as the center, with great momentum. My wings, like airplane wings, sliced through the air, causing a clear white trail to form around the wings, clearly visible. During the flight, I also unleashed my limit speed, twice the speed of sound. A sonic boom came as I flew past, that was the sound of friction with the air. After flying a few laps, I flew back in front of Toothless, nodded, and then flew back to the cave. Hiccup and the others were dumbfounded. As for Astrid and Snotlout, their dragon's limit speed was, frankly, at most 200 meters per second. The hideous Zippleback and Gronkle were much slower. And Toothless's speed could barely reach the speed of sound. Toothless, has your brother always been this fast? Of course, my brother is the fastest dragon in the world. Toothless said proudly. Although Hiccup couldn't understand what Toothless was saying, he could sense that Toothless was very proud. Back in the cave, I started to try and see if I could develop my abilities further. After all, who would complain about having too few skills? I started trying to make the ice dragons I created capable of flight. To be honest, this was a technical job. I needed to have strong control over ice and snow. I tried for a long time, and the final ice dragon could only barely manage to fly. It seemed I couldn't mass produce them. I sighed with some disappointment. While playing with snow, I discovered more functions of my body. First, the Night Fury can turn invisible. I don't know the principle, but it's another skill. Second, I can open my dorsal fins, which allows me to make sharp turns. Another skill gained. Suddenly, I had a great idea. Could I try to achieve long-range sniping? Although I had ice spikes, those were equivalent to melee mage attacks. So, after trying for 2 hours, I finally developed a bug-level ability, the Ice Dragon Bone Cannon. Specific abilities are as follows. Appearance. Summon an Ice Dragon Bone Cannon. It looks like a dragon's skull, with blue light glowing in the eye sockets, made of pure ice. It can hover briefly. Attack method. The Ice Dragon Bone Cannon opens its mouth and fires a beam composed of pure ice energy, while recoiling backwards. This ice energy has penetration and can freeze everything it passes through. After the attack, the Ice Dragon Bone Cannon will shatter on its own without energy supplementation. Skill CD. As long as the main body is willing to summon these Ice Dragon Bone Cannons, it is as simple as breathing. Almost no interval, 3 to 5 can be summoned per second. Of course, this is the result after getting familiar with it later. I looked at this ability with satisfaction, incredibly excited, and turned to find Toothless to show off. That's the end of part 1. Part 2 is coming soon.
Thanks for watching. Please subscribe and support our channel for more stories. Hello everyone, this is Fanfic Audiobook. Here you find original fan-made audio stories.
How to Train Your Dragon. I'm Toothless's brother. Part 2. Toothless, guess why I came to find you? I asked Toothless excitedly. Is it to give me fish to eat? In your dreams. Then why did you come to find me? Can't I come to see you just because? Alright, brother, you definitely have something you need from me. Hee hee, I won't hide it from you. I actually developed a new ability and came to show it off to you. Toothless. I completely ignored Toothless's speechless expression and continued, and this new ability I developed has piercing damage, too. Plus, it has a fast fire rate, long range, and a quick cooldown. How about that? Isn't it impressive? Toothless. Alright, brother, you're the best. Of course, look who your brother is. Your brother is the greatest Night Fury. I raised my head proudly. Toothless. Inner thoughts. Did brother get secretly swapped? Why does he feel so chunabu right now? Could he be heartbroken? I was unaware of Toothless's thoughts at that moment and instead displayed my newly awakened ability. Under my precise control, an ice dragon bone cannon slowly manifested. Aiming at a tree 800 meters away, with a whoosh, a beam of ice blue energy shot straight toward the tree. As it snapped the tree in half, it simultaneously froze the entire thing and caused splash damage, exploding into many small ice shards in all directions. How about that? Your brother is amazing, right? I boasted triumphantly to Toothless. Toothless was a little shocked inside. The range alone was absurd, and coupled with that kind of power, it had to be said that this ability was truly practical. Toothless nodded. Meanwhile, the village remained in its usual harmonious state. Oh, dragon, let go of my food. A female Viking warrior held a piece of lamb leg, while at the other end, a monstrous nightmare was biting the leg and flying out of the house. Then, the meat was snatched away in a whoosh, leaving the female Viking with only a bone in her hand. Before she could react, the bone was dragged away by another monstrous nightmare, making her stomp her feet in anger. On the other side, a Viking yelled at a deadly natter on the roof. Get down here, you menace. Looking elsewhere, a monstrous nightmare stood on a pile of rubble, holding a bag in its mouth while a Viking was pulling on the bag. The Viking cursed anxiously. Let go. That's my apple. Such scenes played out in the village from time to time, but most people felt that these days were much better than before. However, a few individuals didn't think so and kept trying to find ways to drive these dragons away. Time passed to evening. On the mountainside, a lonely house stood there. An old man was sleeping inside, but his house kept shaking. Finally, an axe fell down and stuck into the floor, scaring his pet sheep, Jun Jun, into hiding under the stove. The old man walked out angrily and saw a Gronkle sleeping on the roof. Dragons again. They eat and then take a nap up there. They really don't stand on ceremony at all. The old man complained. When he turned his gaze, his pupils dilated instantly. He saw that his vegetable garden had been gnawed clean by dragons. Even a few of the culprits were still wreaking havoc in the garden, only flying away quickly after realizing they had been spotted. Oh, my vegetable garden. Get out. I've had enough, Jun Jun. With that, the old man grabbed his cane, put on his helmet, and went down the mountain to cause trouble for Stoic. Hiccup, do you really think you can defeat him? Grimmel stood on me. My head was covered with a control mask specifically for dragons, and my pupils were narrowed into pinpricks, devoid of any emotion, just like a marionette. Hiccup looked at all this in disbelief. He couldn't believe that Toothless's brother could actually be controlled. His pupils trembled violently. If Grimmel controlled me, their chances of winning would be extremely low, almost approaching zero. Toothless looked at me flying in midair with disbelief, tears already welling up in his eyes. He kept calling out, "Brother, wake up." Hiccup placed his hand on Toothless's head, hoping to make Toothless feel a little more at ease. The Light Fury also watched the four-winged, ice-blue Night Fury flying in midair with a grave expression. She couldn't believe that such a powerful Night Fury existed in this world. This made her wonder, could such an enemy really be defeated? Grimmel rode on my back, revealing a mysterious smile. Don't fantasize anymore, you can't possibly defeat him. He is the most perfect dragon, so perfect that he doesn't have a single flaw. And your dragon, Hiccup, happened to be his only flaw, but now I've helped him overcome that flaw. He is mine now. How about that? Aren't you grateful to me? Hiccup gritted his teeth and stroked Toothless's head, trying to get Toothless to pull himself together, but it didn't seem to have much effect. With a roar from the Light Fury, Toothless, if you still want to save your brother, then pull yourself together. This shout woke Toothless up. Subsequently, his gaze gradually became firm, and he stared fixedly at me. Brother, no matter what, I will definitely save you. Seeing this, Grimmel was not panicked in the slightest. Do you think I would let him fight the three of you alone? Do you think that's all I'm capable of? Although his strength is already powerful enough to crush the three of you, to be safe. Grimmel snapped his fingers. As if understanding the command, my pupils, devoid of any light, constricted once more. Immediately afterward, countless ice dragons made of pure ice flew up from below, dense and numerous. On the back of every ice dragon rode a person. Hiccup and Toothless looked closely, and their pupils shook again. They saw that every single ice dragon and every ice person was actually their own likeness, and they were dense, endless, almost stretching to the horizon. What makes you think you can defeat me? With this, I am invincible. Grimmel laughed crazily. At this moment, only endless despair shrouded Toothless, Hiccup, and the Light Fury. Under the setting sun, Grimmel sat on my back, looking arrogantly at the two dragons and one person below. The two dragons and the person exchanged glances, closed their eyes, and took a deep breath. When they opened their eyes again, their gazes were incomparably firm. No matter the result, no matter if they succeeded, even if the chance was slim, they had to strive for that insignificant opportunity to wake me up. The two dragons and the person stood on the cliff, looking at the controlled me and the dense mass of ice sculptures and ice dragon bone cannons not far away, and resolutely charged toward me. In the tomorrow of yesterday, which is to say, today, that old man came to the village at the foot of the mountain and found Stoic. Stoic. The old man leaned on his cane and walked toward Stoic. Isn't this the ever-complaining Mildew? Gobber said. You've really come at a bad time, Mildew. I'm busy storing food. Winter is coming, Stoic said to Mildew. Dragons again. These monsters are not suited to live with humans. Neither are you, Mildew. Otherwise, why do you think we helped you build your house so far away from the village? Gobber said. Oh, is that so? Forgive me for making you laugh. A flash of embarrassment crossed Mildew's old face, but he immediately returned to the topic. Those dragons have overturned all the handcarts in the village. They've even burned down everyone's houses. Mildew is right. A villager repairing a roof said. They even make it impossible for an old man to rest day or night. Haven't you seen how heavy my eye bags are? Indeed, it's a tragic sight, Gobber said truthfully. They are just a bunch of savage and unpredictable beasts. Well said. The Vikings below chimed in. You must lock these dragons in cages. Mildew said to Stoic as if issuing an order. That's right. The Vikings below raised their right hands and echoed. If you don't do this, they'll eat us into poverty. They'll destroy the village. They have no malicious intent, it's just their dragon nature. Seeing that the situation was not right, Hiccup quickly went up to persuade them. Toothless also lay quietly in place. Listen, Mildew, if there is a problem, I will solve it, Stoic stepped forward and said. There is already a problem, Stoic. I am just speaking everyone's mind. You had better do something real. After saying this, Mildew left indignantly. The remaining villagers, because the dragons had caused great trouble in their lives, also joined in the commotion. I, in my invisible state, landed on a house and witnessed everything that had just happened. To my surprise, Hiccup and Stoic seemed quite accepting of dragons, they actually spoke up for us. But that old geezer. A wicked smile flashed in my eyes. It seems that old geezer doesn't want to enjoy his golden years, or perhaps he has too little to do. When I go back, I'll arrange some things for him to do. I'll eat his beloved sheep until nothing but wool is left, or I'll freeze all the soil under his vegetable patch so he can't grow any vegetables. Just thinking about it is satisfying. I also saw Toothless cowering behind Hiccup, and I suspected whether Hiccup had been abusing him. It seems I will have to knock some sense into them again after a while. Thinking this, I flew off to do some sightseeing elsewhere. Time reached the evening. We cannot let them run wild like this, we can put up signs. Signs. For the dragons to read. No, for people to read. Signs. For the Vikings to read. We aren't scholars, Stoic. How about we build a big net and cover the whole village? A net. You know they can breathe fire. I know they can breathe fire, Gobber. Perhaps Mildew is right, we need to find a large cage and lock them all up, Stoic said with a headache. As soon as Stoic finished saying this, the surrounding air cooled down by a few degrees, and then the surroundings began to freeze rapidly. After freezing the table, a few lines of large text appeared on the surface. I have always been here. Please consider the consequences before doing anything. If you don't consider the consequences, I might not consider the consequences either. If I impulsively do something impulsive, then it would surely be understandable, right? Stoic tilde. Stoic's pupils dilated as he stared at the words on the table, looking around in a panic, but he saw nothing. Then the surrounding ice began to melt rapidly into water, and the words on the table disappeared. Was it just here? Stoic asked in a panic. It seems it was just here, now the whole room is soaking wet, Gobber said, pretending to be calm. The omen is here. I have to consider the consequences before doing anything to the dragons, Stoic said indignantly. Father, I can handle this matter. Let me do it, Hiccup said with a sincere tone. You. Stoic looked at Hiccup with some doubt. Who else can? Only I can handle them. As Hiccup said this, Toothless also walked up and leaned against Hiccup's side. Hiccup, you are still young. If you don't give me a chance, of course I won't grow up. That's true. In that case, starting tomorrow, you will be fully responsible for this matter. Stoic and Gobber exchanged a look, then said to Hiccup. As a result, the next day Hiccup made a mess of things. Not only did he not help at all, but he actually made things worse. Oh, God, my whole body hurts, Hiccup complained to Toothless. So the next day, Hiccup called Astrid, Snotlout, the twins, and Fishlegs to the dragon training arena. After all, there is strength in numbers. Alright, now we will demonstrate. If your dragon has eaten something it shouldn't have, you can scratch its chin to make it spit it out. As Hiccup said this, he threw a piece of bread to Toothless, then scratched Toothless's chin, and Toothless spat the bread out. And I, who had been observing all of this while invisible. It infuriates me. Does he think my little brother is some kind of dog? Scratching his chin just to make him spit out food. Who does he think he is? I thought this to myself, and I was furious. Then the surrounding air cooled down by a few more degrees because of my traits. Whenever I get angry, I become emotionally agitated, and the cold air from my body leaks out uncontrollably, so the air physically drops by a few degrees. This Hiccup is truly annoying. One day I'll find an excuse to beat him up. Thinking this, I, in my invisible state, flew away. Did you guys feel like the air temperature dropped a few degrees just now? Snotlout asked uncertainly. I definitely felt it. Toothless, is your brother nearby? Hiccup stroked Toothless's head. After Toothless nodded, he flew in 2 circles to indicate that his big brother had already left. Then, as expected, Hiccup and the others caused a huge disaster again. Their own dragons, along with other dragons, ate all the food in the warehouse. Stoic was furious and immediately ordered that all these dragons be driven back to Dragon Island the next morning. Stoic, have you noticed that it seems like a fishing net is missing? Gobber asked uncertainly. Indeed, several fishing nets are missing. This is truly strange. It must be the dragons again. Stoic said indignantly. But this doesn't change anything. We still have to go out fishing, Stoic said after thinking for a while. But we can't fish anymore now. You know it's too late. It took us 6 months to catch those fish, Gobber said to Stoic. Don't tell me it's too late, we must try. That afternoon, feeling depressed, I summoned several ice dragons to catch fish. After fishing for almost a day, I finally caught the target fish species, a huge tuna. Then I looked at the fish I didn't want. There weren't many, just enough to fill the 4 fishing nets I had stolen. Each fishing net can hold 800 kilograms of fish, with various species included. I also summoned 16 ice dragons, each the same size as me. However, their stats were only half of mine, and they possessed some of my skills. Each of the summoned ice dragons pulled one corner of a fishing net, flying arduously in the air. I looked at them with satisfaction, then grabbed the target fish myself and, leading them, began to fly slowly toward Burke Island. Dad, please, just listen to me for a second. I understand them better than you do. Hiccup said quickly, seeing his father about to leave. I don't have time now. I have to feed the entire village. The village has been left with almost nothing thanks to the dragons. Tonight, I am going to lock them all up. Do you understand? Stoic put the fish basket into the cart, turned around, and said to Hiccup. You shouldn't just lock them up. You should drive them away, Mildew added, pouring oil on the fire. The surrounding villagers, seemingly fed up with this kind of life, joined in the commotion. You're right, Mildew. I will lock them up tonight, and tomorrow morning, Hiccup will send them off the island, Stoic said to the villagers. He then glanced at Hiccup again. I'm sorry, son. Wait, Dad, are you really going to lock up all the dragons? Hiccup asked, a bit uncertainly. Yes, all the dragons. Not a single one will be spared. Stoic said firmly, as if there was no room for negotiation. What about the omen? Hiccup asked, uncertainly. The omen. Well, of course, that will also be locked. Wait, what did you say? The omen. Stoic had intended to say it would be locked up, but as soon as he heard the name, he was completely stunned. The omen isn't even in the village, so there's no need to capture and lock it up. After an awkward 2 seconds, Stoic said this to avoid losing face. What about the omen's brother, Toothless? Well, considering that the omen hasn't destroyed the village or stolen any food, it counts as a good dragon, so its brother can also be released without charges, Stoic said, without batting an eye. Stoic, no matter what kind of dragon it is, they must all be locked up. Mildew clearly disagreed with this statement and stirred up trouble again. Because Mildew had never seen me and didn't know how exaggerated my combat power was. But this time, the villagers were collectively silent, pretending not to hear. Stoic, seeing that the villagers didn't object, packed up the fish cages and went to fish. Mildew. That night, Hiccup and the others were heartbroken because they were about to lose their dragons. I can't believe it. We have to send them away tomorrow, Snotlout said. It's going to be so weird. I'm used to opening my eyes every morning and seeing Stormfly, Astrid said, listlessly stirring the coffee in her wooden cup. Every morning, Meatlug licks my feet. Who's going to do that now? Fishlegs said, on the verge of a breakdown. I nominate Toughnut, the twins' sister recommended her brother. Alright, what time should I arrive? The twins' brother asked. Come on, guys, we have to get through this. Heartbroken. We'll never see our dragons again. Everyone complained as they left the Great Hall. We can't just let this happen. Toothless is my best friend, Hiccup said, clenching his fist firmly. Oh, Toothless, I'll miss you so much. Do you know where you went wrong? Thinking that dragons can be tamed. A dragon is a dragon, it's their nature. A leopard can't change its spots, Mildew said, walking over with a bowl, throwing out some sarcastic remarks before leaving. You just wait. When my brother comes back, I'll tell him, Toothless roared at Mildew. Just then, the fire in the room went out. Toothless fired a blast of dragon breath at the central stove, relighting it. Two Vikings thanked Toothless, which gave Hiccup an idea. Mildew was right. Hey, buddy, come on. Hiccup suddenly thought of something, said a word to Toothless, and ran outside. At this moment, everyone was saying their reluctant goodbyes to their dragons and pulling the levers to lock them up. Don't close them. Hiccup came galloping in on Toothless. After landing, he pulled the lever back up. What's wrong? Did you make your dad change his mind? Or are we doing this behind his back again? Astrid asked excitedly. Ah, you got one right. Hiccup said, then explained his plan to them. Listen, a dragon's nature is hard to change, that's their instinct. We just need to learn to utilize their instincts. The next morning, it was time for the empty nets again. Just as everyone was lamenting, Snotlout rode the monstrous nightmare, dove into the water, and scared the fish into the fishing nets. Although it wasn't much, at least there was a catch. Astrid rode her dragon, accelerating to fly low to the ground to help plow the land. Then, Hiccup rode Toothless to sow the seeds evenly into the soil. Finally, Fishlegs rode Meatlug, leading a group of gronkles to fertilize the land from the air. The twins also caused chaos in the forest, scaring the wild boars out of the mountains, and according to a carefully arranged plan, they ran into the village warehouse. That's so cool. How did you know these would work? Astrid asked Hiccup excitedly. Because they are dragons, and they act according to their instincts. What we need to do is go with their instincts, not against them, Hiccup explained proudly. They're here, Stoic. It seems these dragons haven't been locked up, Mildew said, holding a sheep and leaning on his cane as he walked in front, looking at Hiccup and the others. They haven't. They have absolutely no respect for me. Stoic replied, his tone sounding faintly angry. The scene shifts to the dragon training arena. Just when everyone was feeling uneasy, thinking they were about to be punished, Gobber suddenly stole Stoic's lines and told everyone that Stoic allowed them to establish a dragon training academy. Then Stoic said he was proud of Hiccup, and finally, Mildew left in anger. Just as they reached the entrance of the dragon training arena, Gobber suddenly asked, do you see a few dots on the horizon? It does look like there are a few dots, Stoic replied. Then, from far away, I saw Hiccup, Stoic, and the others standing at the entrance of the dragon training arena looking at me. I was secretly shocked. Is my status in their hearts already this high? Am I this popular? When I flew over, they showed expressions of surprise, which I found very satisfying. Why did the omen bring so many fish? Gobber asked, a bit uncertainly. I also excitedly flew in front of Toothless and placed the tuna in front of him. Did you miss your big brother? After all, I haven't seen you for a day, and I missed you like crazy, I said after circling Toothless twice. Brother, where did you go? And where did you get the fish? Isn't it impossible to catch fish this season? Sigh, Toothless, you're still too shallow. You're not as smart as your brother, I said to Toothless with a smile. Oh, brother, stop putting on airs. Just tell me where you got them. Toothless asked while eating the fish I gave him. Your brother flew for 10 hours there and back. I only caught them after reaching a very distant place. Hee hee, brother is the best. But what about these? Toothless asked, looking at the 4 nets stuffed full. These. I caught them while I was catching the tuna. If you want to eat them, feel free to take your pick, I said to Toothless, dotingly. Stoic, Gobber, and the others swallowed their saliva as they looked at so many fish. This was enough for the village to eat for a long time. Brother, there are so many fish, we can't eat them all. Why don't we share them with these Vikings? Toothless said to me. Whatever you want, as long as you're willing, I said indifferently. I didn't like eating these fish anyway. I watched as Hiccup and the others used ice to form a few large characters on the ground. A gift for you. Of course, this is all for Toothless's sake. Stoic felt very embarrassed, but in order to ensure the villagers wouldn't go hungry during the winter, he swallowed his pride and accepted all the fish. However, he had to admit that I had brought them huge help this time. Recently, those Vikings have been up to something, clanging and banging all night long. It's made it impossible for me to sleep. I've got insomnia. One day, I looked at this cave and felt it was just too shabby. So, I decided to put 2 ice sculptures at the entrance. I could also build an ice palace here while I was at it, that should work. Thinking this, I began to take action. I chose a relatively flat area, right next to the Vikings' village, and prepared to build a house to live in. For this, I specifically went to ask for Hiccup's and Stoic's opinions. As long as you're happy. Hiccup said to me, looking a bit awkward. He looked at me, wanting to pet me just like he pets Toothless, but remembering my temper, he didn't dare to and pulled his hand back. Fine, you can live next door, but you have to promise not to cause any trouble. Stoic frowned, crossing his arms as he spoke to me. I rolled my eyes indifferently and used my ice-making ability to leave a few words on the ground. Fine, I'll try my best. Just don't interfere with my daily life. After saying that, I picked a better spot and started building my house. It went quickly. After all, I didn't want to use wood, so I built a fairly decent-sized house out of pure ice. Following that, I created many ice puppets to go fetch some wood for decorations. I also hauled back a large stone slab to place in the middle of the ice house for me to sleep on. Brother, what are you up to now? Toothless asked, coming over. I'm building a house next door so that if you want to find me, you can come directly. Otherwise, you spend all day playing with that human kid and never come to visit your brother. I said with a somewhat resentful tone. All right, brother, I'll definitely come to see you when I have time. Oh, by the way, brother, I have something to tell you. What is it? I asked, raising an eyebrow. It's about that guy named Mildew. He's bad news, brother. You should be wary of him in the future. Toothless said, pointing at an old man. Oh, is that so? Then I'll have to properly be wary of him from now on. I said, looking at the wretched old man holding a cane over there. These past few days, because the village no longer slays dragons, Gobber has seemed somewhat useless. The weapons he forges aren't selling, and Hiccup and the others have started trying to find ways to make Gobber useful again, but Gobber always messes things up. Mildew stepped up to Hiccup, made a few sarcastic remarks, and then left. Being in an invisible state, I saw this scene and narrowed my eyes, watching Mildew. It seems this old geezer thinks he's lived too long. I need to find something for him to do. Gobber was also very sad because he had no use anymore. But one night, the monstrous nightmare, for some unknown reason, suddenly started to go berserk. Hiccup tried to step forward to soothe it, but was flung away by the monstrous nightmare. Toothless, protective of his master, began to circle around the monstrous nightmare. I, sleeping in my ice house, was tossing and turning, unable to sleep. With my naturally sensitive hearing, I listened to the roar of the monstrous nightmare outside and finally opened my eyes, which were filled with fury. Hiccup, Stoic, and the others arrived at the scene. Looking at the maddened monstrous nightmare, they had no idea what to do. Stoic called Gobber over. A fully armed Gobber looked seriously at the monstrous nightmare in front of him and was just about to take action. Making such a racket in the middle of the night instead of sleeping. I think you're looking to die. Furious, I unleashed a move, a palm technique descending from the heavens, and slammed my dragon claw onto the monstrous nightmare. Then, I pinned the monstrous nightmare to the ground and gave it a wild beating, even summoning several pure ice dragon sculptures to join me in the thrashing. Not sleeping in the middle of the night, you call your. I angrily ganged up on the monstrous nightmare with my summons, hitting it in its dragon face every single time. The monstrous nightmare was stunned instantly and couldn't react for a long time. Just as it wanted to fight back, it saw that the dragon beating it was me and instantly realized that if it fought back, it would get beaten even worse. Hiccup, Snotlout, the twins, Astrid, Stoic, and Gobber were all dumbfounded as they watched me beat the monstrous nightmare wildly. He's not going to beat Hookfang to death, is he? Snotlout's expression was uncharacteristically filled with panic as he pulled on Hiccup's arm and asked. I don't, Think so? Hiccup said, sounding somewhat uncertain. Seeing me so furious, Toothless understood that I had been woken up from my sleep and had morning grogginess. As for the fully armed Gobber, he was somewhat stunned. Watching me beat the monstrous nightmare, he once again couldn't find a use for himself. Are you going to keep hollering in the middle of the night? I asked, while beating the monstrous nightmare. I was wrong, big brother, I won't holler anymore. I promise I'll never make noise in the middle of the night again. Hook Fang replied, beaten black and blue, feeling as if all his bones had been shattered. Finally, I gathered all my strength and punched Hook Fang in the dragon head, knocking out a few more of his dragon teeth. After doing all this, I walked over to him as if nothing had happened. Don't let it happen again. This was just a small punishment for you. If there's a next time, I'll beat you to death. After I finished speaking, I turned invisible and went back into the ice house to continue sleeping. Hook Fang just felt that after being beaten, his tooth didn't hurt anymore. Hiccup also discovered a decayed dragon tooth among the dozen or so teeth I had knocked out of Hook Fang, and instantly understood the reason why Hook Fang, the monstrous nightmare, had gone mad. Having been beaten by me, Hook Fang obediently returned to Snotlout and lay quietly by his side. Hey, guys, look, Hook Fang is better. I told you he's a good dragon. Also, what kind of strange treatment method is this? Just beating him up and he's fine. Next time Hook Fang goes crazy, I'll try this too. Snotlout said, looking at the quiet Hook Fang beside him. No, the reason he went crazy wasn't that, it was this. Hiccup said, holding up the hollow, blackened tooth in his hand. Oh, so that's it. Finally, with Hiccup's mediation, Gobber had a new profession, veterinarian, specifically one who checks dragons' teeth and pulls them. A few days later, Hiccup was up to no good again. Today, I had just woken up and flew into Hiccup's room, wanting to say hello to Toothless, but when I looked, where was the dragon? I flew into the air and then saw a scene that shocked and enraged me. Hiccup was actually riding on the back of my brother, Toothless, using my brother Toothless as a sled, skiing from the top of the snowy mountain all the way to the mountainside. It infuriated me. Does this Hiccup think I've never beaten him before? Treating me like I don't exist. Fine, Hiccup. Since you're heartless, don't blame me for being ruthless. Tonight, I'll arrange for a few ice puppets to cover your head with a sack and give you a good beating. Thinking this, I went invisible and flew off to catch fish. However, there was a blizzard tonight, and everyone was in the Great Hall. In such a crowded place with so many eyes, it wouldn't be good to beat Hiccup in public, so I had to let him off this time and beat him another day. Also, that guy named Mildew, I see the sheep in your hands is quite plump and tender, I'll find a time to eat his sheep. I thought this to myself. Because of the blizzard outside, all the dragons, people, and livestock were in the Great Hall, so I leaned against Toothless and waited for the blizzard to end. I just came out of the house today and remembered what Toothless said about that old man Mildew last time. I heard his house was on the very edge of the village, so at night, I took advantage of the darkness and used invisibility to go to his house to check it out. I cut a hole in his roof, and looking inside, I saw the old man sleeping on his bed, with his sheep curled up on the floor. That sheep looked so plump and juicy, one day, I would definitely eat it. But now wasn't the time. Just then, I looked at Mildew's vegetable patch outside, planted with dense rows of cabbages. Looks like they're growing pretty well, but. I walked over to the vegetable patch, crouched down, and looked at a cabbage. Who told you to end up with such a rotten old man? Most importantly, he provoked my little brother. So sorry, I can't keep you around. I said, grabbing a cabbage with one dragon claw, tasting it in my mouth, and then spitting it out. Ah, disgusting. After spitting out the cabbage, I wiped the corners of my mouth with my claw, then revealed a devious smile. What method should I use to destroy them? I sat up, chin in hand, thinking. After thinking for a while, I decided it was better to just stomp them to pieces. Since this stuff didn't taste good, I would help him turn them all into fertilizer. He should be thanking me. Thinking this, I flew into midair and smashed down hard on the vegetable patch. Come on, evil cabbages, let me show you my new skill. I stepped on those cabbages, turning them into a pile in an instant. War stomp. After I roared in a Chunabu fashion, I trampled the cabbages in the patch one by one until they were evenly smashed. Not bad, quite not bad. This is practically art. I looked at my masterpiece with satisfaction, then sighed with feigned annoyance, who told me I was a kind-hearted dragon. I'll help him freeze the soil underneath so he doesn't have to worry about moisture loss. I did it immediately, freezing all the ground beneath the cabbages and freezing the cabbages along with it, so that even if there were any cabbages I hadn't stepped on evenly, they wouldn't survive. After finishing, I flew away satisfied. Sleep well, Gunji. Mildew said to his sheep. Mildew said this while picking up his cane, putting on his helmet, and going outside. The moment he stepped out. My heavens! Which beast was it? Mildew widened his eyes, looking at the cabbage patch I had war stomped last night. His blood pressure surged, and he almost didn't make it. It must be the dragons again. I really can't stand it, these beasts shouldn't live with people. Mildew complained, angrily picking up his sheep to go find Stoic. Meanwhile, Hiccup was busy holding the dragon he'd picked up from the forest, having forgotten about Toothless. When eating fish, that little Gronkle ate Toothless's fish while he was distracted, and even took over Toothless's bed when it was time to sleep. Toothless felt aggrieved, but Hiccup just said, whatever. Toothless was so angry he jumped up to sleep on the rafters. The next day, Hiccup took the little Gronkle he'd found in the forest to the dragon training arena to research it with his friends. At this time, Toothless was still sitting alone on a large rock, sulking. By nightfall, Hiccup still hadn't noticed Toothless. Toothless sat on the eaves, listening to the sounds of Hiccup interacting with that Gronkle inside the room, furious. Suddenly, Toothless noticed firelight in the distant forest. He rushed into the house, knocking over Hiccup's pen, and was actually criticized by Hiccup. When Hiccup went downstairs, he specifically told Toothless not to cause trouble. As soon as Hiccup went down, the little Gronkle came to provoke Toothless, biting his tail. Just as Toothless turned around, the little Gronkle spat fire and set the floor on fire. When Hiccup came back up, he hurriedly extinguished the fire, thought Toothless had done it, and scolded Toothless again. Toothless ran out of the house in anger, went into the forest to vent, and saw the scene of a large Gronkle hunting wild boars. This made Toothless anxious. The next morning, he ran to Hiccup, wanting to carry him into the forest to see the traces left last night. Then, he was locked in the crater by Hiccup. If you lock me in here, I'll call my brother to beat you up. Toothless roared twice as he watched Hiccup leave. Hiccup left unmoved because he couldn't understand dragon language and just thought the other was simply dissatisfied. Brother, where are you? Toothless roared loudly into the surroundings. What? You know to call your brother at a time like this. My voice appeared shortly after. Toothless turned his head immediately, but saw nothing. Brother, where are you? Stop being invisible, come out quickly, and take your dear brother away from here. I have something important to tell Hiccup. I was originally quite happy that Toothless had taken the initiative to call me, but my heart went cold halfway upon hearing this. Forget it, why don't you just stay here? I felt very sad and prepared to leave. Wait, brother, I was wrong. Seeing I was about to abandon him, Toothless said quickly. Where were you wrong? Wrong for not thinking of brother first. So I want to spend more time with brother. That's more like it. Saying this, I deactivated my invisibility. My ice blue figure appeared in front of Toothless. I pinched Toothless's tail, made sure the prosthetic fin was open, and froze it in place. Alright, you can fly normally now. Thanks, brother is the best. I'll come see you again in 2 days. After saying this, Toothless flew away quickly to find Hiccup. At this time, the large Gronkel outside was also looking for its little Gronkel, even knocking down many trees. Toothless flew to Hiccup's room quickly and woke him up. Wait, how did you get over here? Hiccup looked at Toothless in front of him in confusion. When he saw the ice on the end of Toothless's tail, he immediately understood that Toothless had called his brother. Oh, you actually went to tattle on me. Hiccup said with some anger, but Toothless bit Hiccup's clothes, grabbed the little Gronkel, and went to the forest, where they saw the large Gronkel looking for the little one. Hiccup instantly understood what Toothless wanted to express. After returning the little Gronkel to the large one, Hiccup stroked Toothless's head with apology. I'm sorry, buddy. I should have considered your feelings more at the time. You'll forgive me, right? Toothless chirped happily twice and nodded. The temperature around them seemed to drop a few degrees. Brr, Toothless, why did it suddenly get so cold here? Let's go back and sleep. Hiccup sat on Toothless's back and flew back to the room to sleep. And I, who had been observing all this while invisible, was gnashing my teeth in anger, and became even more determined to beat Hiccup up. Alvin, they've returned. Someone roared at the burly, broad-shouldered man. Get lost. It's impossible to find a pirate with even a shred of manners these days. Alvin pushed aside his useless subordinates, flipped the overturned catapult back into position himself, and used it to shoot down a monstrous nightmare. Alvin, there are too many dragons here. We need to hide inside, a pirate said to Alvin, looking at the dragons swarming the sky all around them. Alvin looked around and saw it was indeed the case, then slowly walked into the cave. The pirate beside him immediately shut the door. The very next second, flames reached the outside, and tongues of fire sprayed in through the cracks, looking just like the gates of hell. After discussing it for a long time, Alvin and the pirates decided to sneak onto Burke Island from the coast under the cover of night. Meanwhile, things were far from peaceful on Burke Island. Mildew not only framed the hideous Zippleback for stealing everyone's shoes but also accused Toothless of setting fire to the armory. He even used a fake dragon claw to scratch up everything in the Great Hall. I saw all of this. I hadn't intended to intervene, but then I saw Mildew framing Toothless. I was absolutely furious. I couldn't even bear to scold my little brother, yet he dared to frame him. The more I thought about it, the angrier I became. The temperature around us dropped another dozen degrees. Just as everyone was accusing Toothless and Hiccup of failing to keep his dragon under control, the surroundings were unknowingly filled with countless ice dragons and ice puppets, each appearing as a dragon rider combination. I dispelled my invisibility, walked over with a cold gaze, and held the constantly pleading Mildew in my hand. Seeing me appear, everyone instantly fell silent, not daring to utter another word of accusation. The crowd, being quite perceptive, noticed my gloomy expression and realized I was in a terrible mood. I tossed Mildew into the middle of the crowd. He rolled a few times, stood up, and started cursing at me. You beast! Is this what you call peace between humans and dragons? Hiccup, he is treating an old man so rudely. I have no peace day or night. Mildew pointed his cane at me in anger, shouting at Hiccup. At this moment, large characters began to appear on the ground, all formed from solid ice. Mildew, do you think you've lived too long? Mildew was both shocked and terrified. He hadn't expected this four-winged, blue-bodied dragon before him to be capable of communication. Despite his fear, Mildew refused to back down, pointing his cane at me. No matter what, you cannot change the fact that you are a beast. This is Vikings territory. You wouldn't dare kill me, would you? You think I wouldn't dare? You think I, a single dragon, couldn't slaughter all of you? I released a deafening roar in my fury. All the Vikings present suffered from ringing in their ears. My true aura could no longer be contained, and ice began to form at an incredibly rapid speed. Toothless was shocked. What on earth had made his big brother so furious? A thick layer of ice quickly covered the ground, and the ice dragon and dragon rider combinations surrounding the group of Vikings began to stir. I slammed my dragon claw onto the ground, instantly leaving spiderweb-like cracks spreading 10 meters across the frozen earth. Upon feeling my aura unleashed without reservation, over 80% of the Vikings collapsed to the ground, weak and limp. Hiccup and the others were the same. Only strong Vikings like Stoic and Gabra remained standing, but even they were barely holding their ground, trembling uncontrollably. Stoic was once again reminded of the fear of being dominated by me when he first saw me. Even so, Stoic stood in front of me, shielding Mildew, who was paralyzed on the ground and staring at me in terror. I cannot let you harm any Viking on this island. Stoic said to me, his voice trembling but firm. The killing intent in my eyes was about to overflow, but remembering that Stoic was innocent, two large characters appeared on the ground. Move aside. Seeing these two characters, although Stoic was deeply afraid, his duty as chieftain would not allow him to retreat. Like a mountain, he stood before Mildew, confronting me. This time, Mildew had learned his lesson. He knew that if he dared to say another word, I might fly into a rage and kill him. Looking at Stoic before me, I calmed down slightly. I sat on the ground and took a deep breath, then opened my ice blue slit pupils to look at Stoic, Hiccup, and the others. After retracting my aura, new characters began to appear on the ground. Mildew came to set fire to the armory in the middle of the night. My little brother, Toothless, came here and was seen by the villagers, so he was mistaken for the arsonist and they tried to capture him. This old geezer wanted to run away after starting the fire, so I went and dragged him back. Do you understand? The Vikings around us looked at the characters on the ground and exchanged glances, finally understanding why I was so angry. Hiccup looked at the characters on the ground in disbelief, then glared angrily at Mildew. You jerk! How dare you frame Toothless? Hiccup shouted, losing his temper at someone for the first time. You need evidence to make such claims. Do you have any? Mildew gripped his cane and stood up shakily. New characters began to appear on the ground again. Move aside now and everyone will be fine. Otherwise, hey. Stoic looked at the characters on the ground with a grave expression, and that old geezer Mildew saw them too. Stoic, you absolutely cannot hand me over to him. Are you going to abandon your Viking people? Mildew was terrified that Stoic would hand him over to me, as that would surely mean his death. No, brother, his crimes don't warrant death, Toothless said, running to my side. He deserves to die. I looked at Toothless earnestly. Hiccup also stepped forward to persuade me, hoping I would let him go this once, promising that Mildew would surely make up for his mistakes in the future. Fine, Toothless. It seems you are still too naive. Guess what else I found in his house? I said to Toothless. Then, a small ice puppet threw the fake dragon claws it had just scavenged from Mildew's home onto the ground in the center. Even so, do you still want to forgive him? I looked at Toothless seriously. When Mildew saw his shameful possessions thrown out for all to see, his face turned pale with fright, and he fainted with his eyes shut. The surrounding Vikings exchanged glances and ultimately decided to give Mildew one more chance. After all, he was an old man. What do you think? A few more ice characters appeared on the ground. Hiccup and Stoic exchanged a look and said, his crimes truly don't warrant death. Let him go. Toothless, what do you think? I asked, looking at Toothless. In truth, other opinions didn't matter. If Toothless didn't agree, I would kill him regardless. Brother, I think so too. Let's just let him go this once. After much hesitation, a small ice puppet carried a bucket of ice water and doused Mildew, waking him up instantly. As soon as Mildew woke up, he saw me standing before him and was scared out of his wits. Mildew backed away in fear, and a few lines of ice characters began to appear on the ground. This matter is closed. If you ever dare to take any action against dragons again, hey, no one will be able to protect you. Also, as for a small punishment for this time. Just as Mildew finished reading the line and looked up at me, an ice puppet rushed up and punched him in the face, knocking out several of his old teeth. Then, a few more ice characters appeared on the ground. That is the punishment. After doing all this, I turned invisible and flew away, while the surrounding ice dragon and dragon rider combinations began to shatter into ice shards one after another. The crowd had only just regained their composure when they realized they were soaked in cold sweat. After I left, Stoic looked at Mildew, who was keeping his head down and covering his mouth. He sighed, then had someone help him up, preparing to send him back to his home. I also flapped my wings and returned to my small villa. If I hadn't been unable to sleep at night and gotten up to take a look while invisible, Toothless would have almost truly been schemed against. I lay wearily on the stone slab. I pondered over and over, what if Toothless was schemed against while I wasn't around? Truly, leaving Toothless with humans was a wrong decision. The more I thought about it, the angrier I got. The angrier I got, the more I thought about it. No, from now on, Toothless must sleep with me, or I will go sleep where Toothless is. The next morning. Sigh, Gobber, can you hurry up a bit? Before you finish forging the weapons, we are completely defenseless. Stoic watched Gobber take forever to forge a single axe and couldn't help but complain. The armory was burned down by mildew, what can I do? Besides, we have dragons here, especially the Omen. I bet no one can beat him head on. Gobber picked up the axe and checked if the edge was rolled. Don't talk about the Omen anymore. He is like a ticking time bomb. Who knows if he'll blow us up first or Alvin first. To forge iron, one needs to be strong oneself. We can only rely on our own hard strength. Stoic said seriously. Isn't your son's pet dragon his brother? If that night fury called Toothless were willing to say a few words, wouldn't we have security measures? Gobber said nonchalantly. That may be true, but how can I lower myself to beg my son to let his pet dragon talk to its brother about such things? Stoic waved his hand and said with his back to Gobber. What? Brother, you want to live in the same room as me? Toothless looked at me in great surprise. What's wrong? Is it not okay? I asked expressionlessly. Brother, Hiccup's room already has me, a dragon, and this kind of thing requires asking him. Oh, I'll just notify him. I answered very nonchalantly. Brother, it's mainly that I'm afraid his father won't agree. Toothless circled around me anxiously. Stoic. Whether he agrees or not, he has to agree. Besides, I know he needs something from me recently. Hearing this, I even revealed a mysterious smile. What did they need from you? Do you still remember the incident where mildew burned down the armory? Of course I remember, that rotten old man. I was almost framed. Whenever Toothless mentioned mildew, his emotions would clearly fluctuate. Then Toothless looked at me again. But fortunately, there's you, brother, otherwise I might have been in trouble again. Toothless, what are you making a fuss about in there? I brought you some fish to eat. Hiccup walked up the stairs. Outside the door, he had heard Toothless inside, seeming very excited as if chatting with someone. Then, as soon as Hiccup came up, he saw that besides Toothless, there was another dragon, an ice blue dragon. Upon closer inspection, wasn't this his brother, the Omen? Although he had privately given it the name, Tooth-Have, the last time he called the Omen that, it seemed a bit angry, so he didn't dare call it that anymore. Toothless, your brother is here too. Hiccup awkwardly stroked Toothless's head and incidentally placed the fish in front of Toothless. And seeing my brother being petted again, although I didn't say anything, I felt incredibly sour inside, staring fixedly at Hiccup's hand. Then Toothless started eating the fish, but before biting down, he suddenly remembered me and asked if I wanted to eat. I shook my head, indicating that I had already eaten, and then while Toothless was eating the fish, I started communicating with Hiccup, and ice characters began to appear on the ground. Hiccup. Hiccup looked at the ice characters on the ground, then came before me, wanting to reach out to touch me, but after seeing my expressionless look, he pulled his hand back. What's wrong? New ice characters began to appear on the ground. I want to sleep here from now on, help me find a place to sleep. Ah. Hiccup looked bewildered, doubting whether he had heard wrong. Why? Is it not allowed? The old ice characters melted away, and new ones immediately appeared. Of course you can, of course you can. I will arrange an absolutely comfortable place for you right now. Hiccup agreed quickly and went to find a suitable stone slab, wanting to get me one identical to Toothless's. Moreover, he was a little excited inside. If he had a good relationship with me, perhaps he could ride me in the future. Seeing Hiccup run out, I breathed a sigh of relief. I'll just live here from now on. Brother, why did you suddenly want to live here? Toothless asked me after finishing the fish. To prevent you from being deceived, and to ensure that Hiccup won't mistreat you. Sigh, I really have worn my heart out for you. I pretended to sigh, weary at heart. Alright, brother, then you can live with me from now on. That way, every day when I open my eyes, I can see you. You're the only one who knows how to make me happy. I'll catch fish for you to eat every day from now on. When I finished saying this, Toothless was just about to speak, and I understood that he wanted to say Hiccup would bring him fish to eat, but I immediately interrupted him. Even if you can't eat it, you must. This is your brother's good intention. Toothless swallowed back the words he had just wanted to say. By noon, Stoic returned to get his axe, preparing to go split fences with the villagers. As soon as he went upstairs, he saw a blue, Toothless, lying at the top of the stairs, blocking his path. Then Stoic gently kicked the blue, Toothless, on the ground with his foot, signaling him to crawl aside. But after kicking him twice lightly, he discovered something seemed wrong. Since when did Toothless have 4 wings? And I, lying on the ground taking a nap, felt myself being kicked twice lightly, so I opened my eyes in confusion and had a soulful stare with Stoic. After staring soulfully at me for 5 seconds, Stoic also realized that this fool thing wasn't Toothless, but the omen. Then, 30 seconds later, Stoic and the axe he was going to take flew out of the second floor window together, rolled a few times on the ground, and just happened to roll to Hiccup's feet. Hiccup and Astrid were carrying the stone slab, just preparing to go back to place the sleeping slab for me, when they saw the chief fly out of the window in a strange posture, and were immediately a bit awkward. And after Stoic flew out and rolled a few times on the ground, he adjusted the helmet on his head and then stood up, secretly praying that no one had seen him, but as soon as he climbed up, he saw Hiccup and Astrid standing in front of him. Hey, good noon, father, the weather is really nice today. Hiccup instantly possessed Einstein's IQ. Ah, I think so too, Hiccup is right. Astrid also transformed into a movie actor. You didn't see anything, right? Stoic hurriedly climbed up and asked seriously. Ah, father, what are you talking about? What seeing or not seeing? Why can't I understand what you are saying? Hiccup feigned ignorance. Very good, nothing happened just now. After Stoic finished saying this, he hurriedly took his axe and left in a rush. Hiccup and the others didn't dare to spread the word about this matter, so they had to pretend nothing happened and continue carrying the stone slab, placing it by Hiccup's bed on the second floor. How is it? Are you satisfied? Hiccup looked nervously at the variant Night Fury in front of him. After I looked around twice, I felt it was not bad and nodded. Then can I ask you for a favor? Hiccup asked me cautiously. 3 ice characters appeared on the ground. What favor? It's just that I want to ask you to create those ice dragon riders, used for night patrols and defense, how about it? Do you think it's okay? I nodded, then lay on the stone slab Hiccup had given me, preparing to make up for my nap. After all, my nap just now had been interrupted by Stoic. By the afternoon, Hiccup and Astrid went to the seashore, when suddenly they saw a few ships they didn't recognize sailing over from the distance. Hiccup hurriedly took out his telescope to look, discovered that these were not their ships, and then immediately ran back to find his father, Stoic. Ah, the feeling of returning to Burke Island is just great, Alvin said after sneaking onto Burke Island under the cover of night. You might be feeling great, but they certainly won't be, a pirate lackey said, bowing to Alvin. Let's hurry and find that dragon conqueror, Alvin said as he began walking into Burke Island. There's no time to panic. Those outcasts would love for us to be like this, Stoic said, slamming the table while looking at the chaotic crowd below. Suddenly, someone ran up to Stoic. Did you see clearly how many of them there are? Stoic asked. I'm not sure. But I saw at least 30 of them, and everyone was fully armed, the man answered in a panic. Without weapons, we have no way to compete with that bunch, Gabber said, stepping forward at this moment. No weapons, and those outcasts are on our beach, said Mildew, who was missing a few teeth. Stoic had already begun to have the women, children, and elderly stay in a nearby cave, waiting until it was safe to come out. At this moment, Hiccup finally gathered his courage and said to Stoic, Father, the Omen is willing to help. Wait, who did you say? The Omen. That's truly great. With him here, we've got this in the bag. Stoic let out a sigh of relief instantly. Then he thought about it carefully again. Hiccup, you ride Toothless and adapt as the situation requires. We cannot just place all the responsibility on the Omen, Stoic said to be safe. A thin layer of ice formed on the surrounding ground, and then a few words appeared. Are you underestimating me too much? I can handle them all by myself. Stoic looked at the words on the ground. To tell the truth, it really wouldn't be difficult for me to handle Alvin and his group. Then Stoic looked around, but didn't find my figure, just as he was puzzled. Hanging upside down from the rafters, I dispelled my invisibility, then jumped down from the rafters and landed in front of Stoic. The moment Mildew saw me, he revealed a hateful look, but at the same time felt incomparable fear. His legs began to tremble uncontrollably again. New ice words began to appear on the ground. I can help you settle those people, but what I absolutely cannot tolerate is betrayal. If I discover anyone betraying us, don't blame me for acting first and reporting later. I have already memorized the scent of every one of you, and I can find you no matter how far away you are. Do you agree to this condition or not? Stoic agreed without even thinking. After all, he couldn't accept traitors either. I nodded affirmatively, and then, many ice sculptures primarily in my own image began to appear around, possessing most of my abilities, except that each stat was only half of mine, and their defense was incredibly fragile. Perhaps because I felt this wasn't vivid enough, I summoned a few more ice sculptures of the Dragon Rider combination of Hiccup and Toothless. After nodding to them, they flew out. Alright, now just wait for the good news, I said to Toothless in dragon language. Brother, you're done already? Toothless asked with some suspicion. Of course, I can even see through their vision, and I can control them, how should I put it? It's quite interesting. Brother, how are you so amazing? Toothless asked me with admiration. You still have the nerve to ask. I knew how to use invisibility when I came to Burke Island, why can't you do it yet? I didn't answer Toothless directly, but asked calmly. Brother is gifted, and in the future, you will be the dragon that becomes the Dragon King. Seeing that I was about to talk about this topic, Toothless quickly rolled over to me and hugged my dragon tail while saying, Sigh. You. I sighed. Meanwhile, on the other side, that group of outcasts had already arrived at the dock and began searching for that dragon conqueror. At this time, Alvin went straight to the heart of the matter, coming directly to Hiccup's home to look for traces of Stoic and the dragon conqueror. But he didn't find anything, so Alvin mocked Stoic and then went back to the beach to search. Then Alvin coincidentally bumped into the elderly, women, and children who were heading to the cave to hide. After gathering them all on the beach, Alvin began his speech. As for you lot who haven't figured out the situation yet, I am the one and only traitor, Alvin. And I must clarify one point. I earned this title. Your leader has already abandoned you, but I don't care about him at all. I didn't come for him. I am looking for that dragon conqueror. Leaning on his cane, the toothless Mildew realized his opportunity had come. Just as he wanted to speak, he inadvertently saw an ice-blue figure on the cliff edge watching him. He instantly swallowed his little thoughts back into his stomach. In reality, this was not my true self, but the Ice Dragon Rider combination. I also saw the traitor named Alvin through that Ice Dragon Rider combination. I didn't act rashly. After all, Killing him so sloppily wouldn't be very good, and besides, with the incredibly fragile attributes of that ice dragon, it might not actually win. So that ice dragon rider combination just lay quietly on the cliff, observing everything, and I also planned to arrange for other ice dragon rider combinations to head to that place. Tell me, who is the dragon conqueror? Then you will be free. Alvin looked at the people below, with no one speaking, and suddenly felt a bit embarrassed. On the other side, Hiccup also walked right into the trap, letting Toothless go to Dragon Island to wait, and then he would play along with Alvin's game, finally going to Dragon Island to wipe them all out. And I, who was ready to start a massacre, looked at Hiccup's actions with some confusion. Ice words began to appear on the ground. Why not wipe them all out here? Oh, I don't want to cause. Right now Alvin has my people and women in his hands. If I were to act regardless of the consequences, you could wipe them all out, but it's too risky. We cannot let any Viking have any accidents, Hiccup said while approaching me. I also seriously thought about what Hiccup said, and then Hiccup subconsciously placed his hand on my head, while I raised my head with a dumbfounded look and looked at Hiccup. Hiccup also realized that he seemed to have done something extraordinary, hurriedly withdrew his hand, and said, "Let's start acting, Toothless." After speaking, he took Toothless and ran off. I shook my head, thinking, forget it, whatever makes them happy. This was probably what happened 3 hours ago, and now Hiccup is on Alvin's ship heading to Dragon Island. Toothless requested that I take action, but I refused, with the reason being that I was too sleepy and I wanted to take a nap. Before Toothless could speak, I immediately turned invisible, and then went to catch up on sleep. Toothless had no choice but to fly towards Dragon Island at full speed. Upon arriving at Dragon Island, Hiccup was pushed off the boat by Alvin and stepped onto Dragon Island, while Toothless, acting his part, pretended to be lying there resting. Hey, is it necessary to point a blade at me? Hiccup asked. What the hell, isn't that? Alvin looked at Toothless with a grave expression. A night fury, the combination of death and lightning. Hiccup provided the answer for Alvin. The surrounding pirate minions immediately raised their crossbows, aiming at Toothless. Hiccup quickly said to them, "Whoa, slow down, that will only make him angrier. Learn from me. Suit yourself, proceed." Alvin said dismissively. "I hope you won't throw up in a moment. You are about to see how a dragon eats a child." Alvin turned around and joked to the pirate minions behind him. Toothless also lunged forward to act with Hiccup. "Hey, what are you doing?" Alvin vaguely felt that something was wrong. "I was never any dragon conqueror, I am a dragon trainer," Hiccup said after mounting Toothless's back, and then flew off on Toothless. "Thor is present, he is the dragon conqueror," Alvin said, looking at Hiccup on Toothless's back. "Fire!" At Alvin's command, the catapults on the ship began throwing stones at Toothless. And I, having lied to Toothless that I was going to take a nap, was instantly shocked to see that group of people actually daring to throw stones at Toothless. What if they hit Toothless? This is an absolute bottom line that cannot be compromised. I looked at the ships below, they were already courting death. Alvin also climbed onto the ship and shouted angrily at his subordinates, "What are you standing there for? Fire!" 3 arrows shot towards Toothless. At this critical moment, Astrid controlled the deadly natter to make a last-minute rescue. Stoik also arrived late with his fleet, firing cannonballs at Alvin's ships. Because only by destroying the launchers on the enemy ships could the dragons destroy their vessels. And I, flying high in the sky while invisible, watched all of this and chuckled. They were still too shallow, still too young. Thinking of this, I also dived down, opened my mouth, and lightly unleashed a normal breath attack. Stoik felt the change in the surrounding air, the temperature dropped by several degrees. He instantly understood that I was about to make a move, so he hurriedly roared. "Cease fire, everyone retreat." Stoik's ship began to retreat. What are they doing? Why are they just running away? Alvin expressed his confusion at this bewildering maneuver. "It must be you, Lord Alvin. Your aura scared them. Stoic realized he couldn't be your enemy and fled without a fight. Alvin grinned. That's right, that's right. Toothless also began to fly away into the distance. Other dragons also felt a powerful dragon aura approaching and were somewhat uncontrollably carrying their masters backward. What is this? Why are those dragons flying away too? Alvin already had a bad premonition in his heart. And I, while diving, also deactivated my invisibility, revealing my ice blue body, and opened my mouth, glowing with blue light, aiming at their ships. Alvin finally saw what it was. A four-winged night fury with an ice blue body. Although it was hundreds of meters away from their ship, Alvin had already felt the oppressive aura on me, that invincible aura. This was the first time in his life he had encountered such a powerful dragon. Spread out. Get down. Prepare to take the hit. Alvin roared behind him. The surrounding pirates threw themselves to the ground. Alvin looked at me flying towards them with a grave expression. Then, after I unleashed an ice breath attack, I flew into the high sky, while the ice breath attack continued to fly forward, shooting towards Alvin's ship. When that blue beam struck the hull, many pirates were blown away, and the ship was blown to pieces at that moment. The ship was filled with ice spikes, and the moment the hull was hit, a huge ice spike appeared at the impact point. Like a hedgehog, it was fixed to the spot where the ship was hit, and then the ship began to sink. After firing, I also flew back. Because I was truly sleepy and needed to go back to take a nap. Hiccup and the others had long since flown back to Burke Island, but I had arrived even earlier than them, sleeping on my exclusive stone slab in Hiccup's room. After a while, a bunch of bubbles suddenly appeared on the shore of Dragon Island, and then Alvin stood up, covered in sand. However, his first reaction was not anger, but laughter. The outcasts on the shore looked up, confused and bewildered, not understanding what Alvin was acting crazy about. They are riding dragons. As long as we have that boy, we can also tame the dragons. Hearing Alvin's statement, the surrounding outcasts couldn't help but laugh along. From a distance, they looked like a bunch of lunatics. This is Burke Island, where the Vikings always solve problems in one way, the Viking way. A battered ship emerged from the mist. The surrounding Vikings quickly pulled on the ropes at the bow, and Stoic took a few agile steps forward to pull the ship to the dock. Then, Stoic looked with a pained expression at the ship, which had been wrecked by a dragon during the fishing trip. It was a miracle it had even made it back. It was that rogue dragon again. This is the second ship he's destroyed this week, Gobber said, turning to Hiccup. Great. We also lost an entire boatload of fish. After jumping onto the ship and inspecting the empty hold, Stoic turned around and spoke to Hiccup and Gobber. If we had arrived sooner, maybe we could have salvaged something. Stoic said this as he jumped back onto the dock. Fine. I know how you can make it in time. Hiccup began to persuade his father again. If you flew over on a dragon, you could arrive in 5 minutes instead of 2 hours. You could even drive the troublesome dragon away. As the chief of Burke Island, I must use the Viking way, not some dragon way, Stoic said firmly. Fine, but the Viking way has cost us quite a lot of fish, and almost as many ships. The boy has a point. If you could ride a dragon, you could protect the island from harm, and even stand against Alvin, Gobber said, pointing at Hiccup while addressing Stoic. Exactly. You could use a dragon too. Hiccup pressed his advantage. You've got a point, Gobber. Alvin knows what dragons we have, and he will return. You've seen how these dragons protect us. They drove Alvin away, Gobber said, pointing at Toothless. After a combination of persuasion and flattery from Hiccup and Gobber, Stoic finally agreed to try learning how to ride a dragon. That afternoon, I've made a new pedal, so you can ride Toothless, Hiccup told Stoic. Did you hear that? I'm the one in control of you, Stoic said, pointing at himself and then at Toothless, who was lying in front of him. After some further explanation from Hiccup, Stoic understood that before taming a dragon, one must first stroke its head to build trust. After doing all this, Stoic successfully managed to mount Toothless. Hiccup sat behind Stoic. Then, Stoic operated the pedals for Toothless, and they shot into the sky. I said push gently. Hiccup was startled. I was pushing gently. Stoic quickly replied, but then his foot moved, causing Toothless's tail fin to retract, and they began to plummet vertically. Just remember, the tail fin controls everything, Hiccup warned, feeling uneasy. Got it. Then why are you diving straight toward those rocks? Who told you to distract me? Just open the tail fin. I know. In the final second before hitting the rocks, Stoic successfully opened the tail fin, narrowly avoiding a collision. After a series of dangerous maneuvers, they were unable to stop. Toothless saw the sandbank ahead and roared twice, but unable to brake, they crash-landed onto the sand. Toothless rolled twice on the ground before ending up on his back. After Stoic and Hiccup got a mouthful of sand. Oh, sorry, Hiccup said, looking at the dazed Toothless. Hey, wait, father, where are you going? Hiccup asked, watching his father stand up. I've had enough. I'm going back to the village. But Stoic looked at the towering rocks in front of him, sighed, and turned back around. Take me back to the village first. This isn't the way home. Just sit back and enjoy the ride. We're taking the scenic route. The food I ate is now sloshing around in my mouth, being forced to go sightseeing too. After taking Stoic on Toothless to catch the little scoundrels who were bothering the yaks and chasing away the wild boars stealing vegetables, Stoic realized the convenience of owning a dragon. Finally, to wrap things up, Hiccup took Stoic flying above the clouds. At that moment, the sun shone on the clouds, creating a warm and cozy scene. Wow! I've lived on Burke Island my whole life, climbing mountains, exploring forests, and sailing the seas. I've been to every corner of this island, but I never imagined I would see this. It's beautiful, isn't it? More than that, Hiccup. Look at them, my people. Seeing them able to live so peacefully and happily, this feeling is truly wonderful. The next morning, Hiccup woke up and instinctively looked at the stone slab where Toothless usually stayed. He discovered that Toothless was gone. Then he looked to the other side and saw me sleeping soundly on my own stone slab. To prevent me from being grumpy when I woke up, Hiccup tiptoed downstairs. Toothless. Toothless. Hiccup whispered, calling around for Toothless. But as soon as he stepped outside, he saw Stoic flying around in the sky on Toothless. After Hiccup went up and negotiated with his father, repeatedly emphasizing that Toothless was his dragon, Stoic simply chose to be selectively deaf and forcibly requisitioned Toothless for the day. By the time it was time to sleep in the evening, Stoic reluctantly dismounted from Toothless, patted Toothless on the head, and said, "Let's continue tomorrow, Toothless." Toothless, looking miserable. After Toothless went upstairs, I saw him looking miserable and asked him what was wrong. "I'm exhausted, brother. I've been ridden by Stoic all day." "Is that so? He didn't hurt you, did he?" "Not really." "Then keep going. Just consider it exercise." Toothless. After I said this, I lay down to sleep. "Seriously, brother." Toothless shook my body in dissatisfaction. Then, my ears closed up like seed pods. Helpless, Toothless had to drag his exhausted body back to his stone slab to sleep. "Toothless, where did you go?" Toothless. Stoic came looking for Toothless first thing in the morning, wanting to continue riding him. Toothless was hiding in a rafter. If you didn't look carefully, you really wouldn't notice him. "Father, there's a blue Toothless. Do you want that one?" Hiccup asked. "Blue. Isn't Toothless black?" Stoic didn't react in time. "He's in the attic." Stoic walked upstairs, half doubting, and then saw me still lying on the stone slab sleeping. After being stunned for 2 seconds, he tiptoed back out. "I'm being serious. Where is the black Toothless?" After bargaining with Hiccup for a long time, Stoic finally agreed to switch to riding a different dragon, so he asked Hiccup to help him find one. "Huh?" Hiccup asked, confused. "Find me a dragon as good as Toothless. That shouldn't be difficult, right? Not for the head of the Dragon Training Academy." After Hiccup called all his friends to the training grounds, he introduced them to his father. These are all the best dragons on the island, and they represent this academy. But only this monstrous nightmare is worthy of you. Come, step closer and feel what makes it special. After Stoic sat on the monstrous nightmare, Snotlout suddenly introduced Stoic to its heating feature. Then he squeezed the dragon's nose, and the monstrous nightmare began to heat up all over. Stoic felt his backside get hot, his clothes caught fire, and he immediately sat down into a water trough with a thud. Now, would you like me to tell you about its other advantages? They can change into different colors. Stoic immediately chose to switch to a different dragon. Just because it looks so beautiful, people often think it isn't that fierce. But you must never underestimate her, Astrid introduced. Oh, it's really beautiful, Stoic said, placing his hand on the deadly natter's head. Oh, no. Wait. The deadly natter was startled and whipped spines from its tail, nearly skewering Stoic, but fortunately, he dodged them all. As for the next few dragons, it goes without saying that the remaining ones simply didn't meet Stoic's standards. The Night Fury is so exceptional, I haven't found any dragon that can surpass it. I think so too, but there are only 2 Night Furies on this island, and Toothless is my dragon. What about the other one? The other one is Toothless's brother. Alright then, Hiccup. I have a task for you. Help me tame Toothless's brother and give him to me. Stoic walked away after saying this. Hiccup. Early the next morning, Hiccup looked at me, lying beside him, with trepidation. There were 2 Night Fury dragons lying on either side of Hiccup's bed. However, I had a temper when I woke up, which he had learned when I beat up the monstrous nightmare, so Hiccup generally wouldn't wake me up easily. Hiccup looked at me sleeping on the stone slab, tiptoed downstairs to get a basket of fish, hoping to get closer to me first, just like he had done when taming Toothless. Hiccup poured the fish in front of me, then returned to the bed and kept watching me sleep. Toothless woke up at this moment, saw the fish beside me, and thinking it was prepared for him, climbed up and wanted to eat it. Hey, Toothless, that's for your brother. Toothless revealed a human-like expression of confusion. No, then where is my fish? Seeing Toothless's expression, Hiccup knew he couldn't mistreat Toothless, so he tiptoed downstairs again, got another basket of fish, and poured it in front of Toothless. The sound of Toothless devouring his food was clearly disturbing me. My ears twitched a few times, then folded up like a pea pod. I turned over, found a comfortable position, and continued to sleep. Hiccup found this very curious and took out a small notebook to record it. Hiccup sat beside me observing me like that. 3 hours later, I finally woke up, still feeling sleepy. As soon as I woke up, I looked at the fish in front of me, then saw Hiccup sitting on the bed, looking at me with eyes full of expectation. I didn't need to think to know this was prepared by Hiccup. That brat was definitely up to no good. Eat, I prepared this for you. Hiccup spoke to me in a tone that was as gentle and as unafraid as he could manage. A few icy words appeared on the ground. You're acting overly courteous for no reason, it's definitely not for anything good. Speak, what's the matter? Oh, this, you eat the fish first. Once you're full, we'll have the energy to talk. I looked at Hiccup speechlessly. Toothless had also finished eating and hopped over to my side. Brother, this is really delicious. If you're not going to eat it, I'll eat it. Forget it, brother isn't hungry, you eat it. After getting my consent, Toothless ate the fish in front of me, making Hiccup cover his face. Even so, Hiccup still hadn't forgotten the order his father gave him. Toothless. Hiccup's voice was hesitant and uncertain, he seemed to be weighing how to start. His gaze landed on me, revealing a cautious expression, as if he were afraid I would be unhappy because of what he was about to say. I want to discuss something with you, but please don't get angry when you hear it. His tone carried a hint of pleading that made one feel pity. Seeing Hiccup like this, I didn't even need to think to know it must be something that would bother me again. I nodded impatiently. It's just, my father is still missing a mount, right? He has to ride Toothless whenever he goes out, but Toothless is my dragon, so, can you? Before Hiccup could finish, he was swept up by my dragon tail and thrown out the window. After breaking through the window and spinning a few times, Hiccup landed in front of Stoic. Hiccup looked up and locked eyes with Stoic. It seems your persuasion work isn't going very well, headmaster of the Dragon Training Academy. Just a small setback, give me a little more time. Father, I'll be able to persuade him soon. Then in the meantime, I'll borrow Toothless. Once you succeed in persuading him, I'll return him to you. Wait, Father, that's not. Alright, it's happily decided. You continue your persuasion work. After Stoic finished speaking, he strode away. Oh, you've got to be kidding me. Hiccup was immediately dejected. After sighing, Hiccup went to find Astrid and the others to catch fish. After all, to conquer a dragon, one must first conquer its taste buds. Meanwhile, I also flew out to catch fish. After all, I didn't have the habit of being fed by humans. After I was full, I flew back at night. During the time I lived on Burke Island with the Vikings, this was basically my daily routine. Hiccup returned in the evening and tiptoed upstairs. Toothless let out a few weak cries. After all, he had been dragged out by Stoic to be ridden for another day, and he looked miserable. Sorry, buddy, it's my fault for not taking good care of you. You eat some fish first. Hiccup looked at Toothless's miserable face with heartache and poured out a basket of the fish he had kept today, placing it in front of Toothless. Meanwhile, I flew back in through the window. As soon as I entered, I saw Toothless looking miserable. I didn't need to think to know he had been requisitioned by that old guy Stoic again. This made me quite unhappy. Although it was said to be for Toothless to exercise, if he were actually exhausted, I would feel heartache too. Hiccup reached out to pet my head, but I roared him back, so Hiccup had to pull his hand back. Brother, I'm so tired. Toothless complained to me. Sigh, there's nothing I can do if you're tired. Get some good rest. How about, brother, you take my place and get tired instead? Toothless suddenly thought of a good idea. No. I refused without even thinking. Brother, do you want your dear and cute little brother to suffer and be exhausted? Don't you love me anymore? Toothless used his ultimate move again, acting pitiful toward me. I didn't want to listen initially, but once I heard Toothless say that, my heart softened again, so I asked him what I should do. Hee, brother, tomorrow you let Stoic ride you for a day and you'll know. As expected, I refused again. After arguing with Toothless for half an hour, I finally agreed, only to help him endure it for this one day. The next day, Stoic came upstairs to find Toothless, intending to ride him for another day. Just as Stoic was about to mount Toothless, Toothless used his head to point at me, who was still sleeping on the stone slab. Stoic was puzzled but unmoved, he didn't dare disturb me while I was sleeping. But Toothless didn't care about that, he ran to my side and shook my body to wake me up. I woke up groggily, originally intending to get angry. After all, I had a temper when waking up, but when I saw it was Toothless, my anger instantly vanished. No choice, I have to spoil my own brother. Is something the matter? Brother, did you forget yesterday's agreement? No. Hee, then that's right. Brother, the dragon saddle is here, Hiccup will help you put it on. Hiccup, also feeling hesitant, held the dragon saddle and looked at me with an inquiring gaze. I sighed and nodded. And Stoic, watching Hiccup put the dragon saddle on me, was trembling all over with excitement. Finally, he was finally the person who could ride the omen. I also wore an expression of disgust as I looked at Stoic, but thinking this was for my little brother, I endured it. Allowing him to ride the dragon was one thing, but I still couldn't help but roast Stoic. A few icy words appeared on the ground. You, this old geezer, want to ride me? Stoic looked awkwardly at the words on the ground, but seeing that Hiccup hadn't noticed yet, he used his foot to wipe away the word, ice, on the ground. In reality, however, Hiccup was just pretending not to see it to avoid getting beaten by Stoic once he did discover it. Stoic mounted my back, nodded, and seemed to feel quite good about it. I was a bit confused when Stoic mounted my back. It didn't feel very heavy, so why did Toothless look like he couldn't handle it? After thinking for a while, I understood the reason. Toothless must be too weak. I'll have to make sure he gets some proper exercise, otherwise, if he's this frail, what will he do if he can't find a female dragon later? Toothless, unaware that I had already mapped out his future, was still watching me with a gloating expression. Let's go, dragon, let me see what you're capable of. Stoic grabbed the handle on the saddle, lowered his body, and said to me, Father, would you like me to ride Toothless and accompany you? No need. Stoic had just finished speaking when he felt a slight sense of unease. Given my unruly nature, what if I flew to high altitude and messed with him? He immediately added, since it's your wish, Hiccup, then you too can follow. Once we were outdoors, I soared into the sky. I didn't deliberately speed up, keeping pace with Toothless instead. Come on, buddy, let me see how fast you really are. Stoic said excitedly, patting my head. I detest it when others pat my head, so I immediately accelerated. Wait, father, stop. Toothless can't keep up with your speed. But because we were already at supersonic speeds, Hiccup's words were completely inaudible. I flew faster and faster, the intense wind resistance threatening to drag Stoic right off my back. I was pushing myself to my current max speed, 1 or 2 times the speed of sound. Stoic felt his skin burning from the friction with the air. If we maintained this speed for much longer, he feared he might actually catch fire. In contrast, I was releasing my aura, shrouding my body in a cold mist, so I had no need to worry about the heat from air friction burning me. Stoic, riding on my back, felt the saddle beginning to heat up and hurriedly patted my head to signal me to slow down. I was even angrier that Stoic dared to pat my head. Fine, 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 you dare pat my head. You want to cool down, right? I'll cool you down. With that thought, I tucked in my wings and dove vertically toward the sea at an incredible speed. The moment I plunged into the freezing seawater, it was like a deep-sea bomb detonating, sending up a massive spray. After gliding for dozens of meters underwater on pure momentum, I surged back out, carried Stoic high into the air, and then plunged back into the water. Hiccup, riding Toothless, arrived late and saw massive splashes erupting on the distant sea surface. A moment later, an even larger splash erupted further away. He couldn't help but feel worried. Was his old man still in one piece? After doing this a 3rd time, I lost the desire to keep messing around and flew with Stoic toward Hiccup. Father, are you okay? Hiccup asked loudly from afar as he saw me flying toward him with his father. Fine, of course I'm fine. What could possibly be wrong with me? A dizzy Stoic responded when he heard Hiccup's voice. Then, father, shall we continue? Forget it, I'd better ride Toothless. Toothless suits me better. You can just ride his brother from now on. Huh. That's against the rules, father, we already agreed on this. I flew back to land with Stoic. As soon as he rolled off my back, he ran to a large tree and started vomiting. How about that? Your brother is impressive, right? Let's see if he dares to ride me again, I said, showing off triumphantly to Toothless. Brother, I didn't know you could do that. Of course. But more importantly, I have something else to discuss with you. What is it, brother? It's just that Stoic didn't feel heavy at all when he was on my back. How did he manage to tire you out so much? I stared at Toothless seriously. That's because you're just too powerful, Toothless said, trying to brush it off as he had before. Hee, I think you're just too weak. To make sure you don't end up unable to find a female dragon later, you'll be coming with me to hunt from now on. Wait, brother, I'm not. Enough. I'm not going to hurt you. It's settled. After saying that, I turned invisible and flew away. Once Stoic recovered, he told Hiccup, forget it, I think I'll switch to a different dragon. The fishing boats were attacked again. Stoic immediately rode Toothless with Hiccup to the rescue, managing to capture the troublesome Thunderdrum in the process. Hiccup earnestly taught Stoic how to tame a dragon. But when Stoic placed his hand on the Thunderdrum's head, the dragon tried to bite him. Stoic roared, punched the thunderdrum in the head, and sent it flying. Stoic forced the untamed thunderdrum to go on patrol, but during a sharp turn, the dragon threw him off its back and escaped. However, later on, Stoic discovered that the thunderdrum had a mate. He worked with the thunderdrum to fend off a wild boar that was trying to eat an injured pink thunderdrum. After driving the boar away, he established a deep bond with the dragon, and Stoic finally had a dragon of his own. I, who was invisible and foraging, happened to pass by. Seeing that Stoic, a barbarian with a brain full of muscles, actually knew how to form a bond with a dragon, I couldn't help but think a little higher of him. Then, I continued on to hunt for fish. Early this morning, I was lying peacefully on the stone slab sleeping. Hiccup, as usual, placed a basket of fish in front of me before tiptoeing downstairs. Just then, a noisy commotion came from outside. I'm the type of dragon with a light sleep. The slightest disturbance could wake me up. Plus, I'm grumpy in the mornings, so I woke up in a terrible mood. Who is it? You'd better not let me catch you. Otherwise, I'll fooling kill you, I grumbled as I got up, cursing. Seeing the fish Hiccup had left for me, I hesitated for a moment before eating them. While eating, more noisy sounds came from outside. Irritated, I folded my ears shut like pods. Enduring the impatience in my heart, I finished the fish, turned invisible, and flew out, wanting to bask in the sun. Just as I was lying on a rock preparing to sunbathe, a Viking came out to dump water. Since I was invisible, the Viking couldn't see me and splashed a bucket of water right onto me. I was startled, and my invisibility deactivated. I glared at the Viking. My mood was already bad this morning, and this regular Viking was the final straw. I exploded. After cursing for a while, I calmed down and looked at the Viking's house, thinking it was truly dilapidated. So, to help him get a new house, I bit through the 4 supporting pillars and flew away invisible. A moment later, the house collapsed with a loud crash. The Viking, devastated, clutched a bucket of bread, staring at his house that had only been built recently, sighed, and went to find Stoic. That morning, I hunted a great many fish. Satisfied, I piled them all in one spot and went off to catch more. But after flying a circle, I didn't catch any fish, so I decided to fly back to eat the pile I had already caught before hunting more. However, upon returning, I saw that my hard-earned catch had been stolen and eaten by a few gronkles. My teeth ground together in rage. I roared and charged at supersonic speed, slamming into the gronkle. In one hit, I shattered its ribs, broke its already small wings, and then proceeded to severely injure the other gronkles until my fury finally began to subside. Enduring my hunger, I returned to Hiccup's home. Toothless and Hiccup were there. Seeing me return, Hiccup instinctively reached out to pet me, but I bared my teeth, scaring him into pulling his hand back. Brother, what's wrong? Why do you look so frustrated? Toothless asked, rarely seeing me in such a bad mood. Don't ask. My luck has been terrible these past few days. I recounted everything I had experienced to Toothless. I see. Oh, right, brother, didn't one of the gronkles that occupied the cave earlier say you were an alpha dragon? Hey, I chuckled twice before lying exhaustedly on my stone slab, preparing to take a nap. After confirming I was asleep, Hiccup patted Toothless's head and asked, why are you and your brother both night furies, but your personalities are so different? Toothless. I don't know either. After sleeping for a few hours, I woke up, stretched, and thought to myself, a new afternoon, a new beginning. I flew out the window, but as soon as I emerged, a fireball from a gronkle hit me, disrupting my flight. Although the fireball didn't cause any real damage, it knocked me out of the air, and I rolled on the ground a few times, smashing a Viking's sheep pen. My mood, which had been decent, was now completely ruined. Looking at the gronkle in the distance, still playing with another, I figured they must have shot the fireball in my direction while playing and it just happened to hit me. I let out an angry roar that made everyone around me tremble. The 2 gronkles were stunned. In a fit of rage, I used supersonic speed to grab the Gronkle that had spat the fireball at me by its short claws. I squeezed with my sharp, ice blue claws, causing the Gronkle to howl in pain as its claws cracked, the sound of bones being crushed. I also sank my teeth into the Gronkle's back, my powerful jaw strength nearly biting it in two. The Gronkle I was holding whimpered in surrender, but I was in a state of extreme rage and didn't care at all. I flew high up, hundreds of meters, and then dove, slamming the Gronkle into the rocks. With a loud crash, the rocks shattered, and the Gronkle was bleeding from its 7 orifices due to the massive impact. As for me, although I was a bit dusty, I was essentially uninjured. Hearing the commotion, Hiccup quickly rode Toothless toward the source of the loud noise. Looking at the half-dead Gronkle before me, I didn't feel an ounce of pity. The Gronkle is the dragon species I hate the most, purely because they are lazy gluttons who love to steal my hunting spoils. Just as I was about to deliver the killing blow, Hiccup finally arrived on Toothless. Brother, what are you doing? Stop immediately. Toothless roared at me. Looking at the half-dead Gronkle, I thought that if I didn't punch him a few more times, I'd feel terrible, so I gave him one more hit. Then, managing my emotions, I turned to Toothless and asked gently, "What's wrong? Little Toothless, is there something you need?" Hiccup looked at the gentle version of me and wondered, is this really the same dragon as before? Brother, why are you trying to kill this Gronkle? Well, he attacked me first. This counts as self-defense. Brother, that's not right. Don't you see he's almost beaten to death? Oh, is that so? Then I must have been too heavy-handed. At this moment, several other Gronkles flew over, cursing at me as they looked at their severely injured companion. Because Toothless was still here, I couldn't really lash out, so I had to maintain a stiff expression and force myself to suppress my anger. But those Gronkles were relentless, and their curses became increasingly nasty. Hiccup felt like disaster was imminent. Looking at me, he realized I was barely suppressing my aura. I was clearly on the verge of exploding. Brother, are you okay? Of course. What could be wrong with me? I'm doing quite well, and I am not angry at all. You fool Night Fury. I, the Gronkle, whose intelligence was low to begin with and who couldn't read the room, continued to clamor. Enough. Kneel. I couldn't take it anymore, and an angry dragon roar echoed across the entire Burke Island. Every dragon on the island, upon hearing this roar, felt their bodies stiffen and their limbs go weak. The dragons closer to me fell directly to their knees. Those clamoring Gronkles were paralyzed with fear, unable to move, and even Toothless had his limbs go weak from my roar, dropping to a half-kneel. Seeing Toothless kneel before me, I suddenly felt like I might have roared too loudly. What if I scared Toothless and he stopped talking to me? Thinking of this, I quickly ran to Toothless's side, helped him up, glared fiercely at the Gronkles, summoned a few ice dragons to beat them up, and asked with a look of concern. Toothless, are you okay? Did brother roar a bit too loudly just now? Brother apologizes, will you forgive me? Toothless, feeling a bit sulky, brushed off the dragon claw I had placed on his neck and flew back to Hiccup's home to sulk. Seeing Toothless's retreating figure and thinking that all of this was caused by those Gronkles, I summoned a few more ice dragons and personally joined in to beat them up. Those Gronkles being beaten up. After I beat those Gronkles until they were barely recognizable as dragons, I went to find Toothless. Toothless, will you please forgive me? Big brother knows he was wrong. I flew back to the room where Hiccup was. Toothless still turned his head away, not wanting to pay any attention to me. Don't be like that, say something. I ran in front of Toothless again and said. How about this, do you want to eat some fish? I spat out a few fish in front of Toothless. Not eating. Don't be like that, brother really knows he was wrong. I looked at Toothless pitifully. Toothless still ignored me, arrogantly turning his head away. Helpless, I had no choice but to coax Toothless while apologizing to him. Toothless, will you forgive big brother? How about this, I'll grant you one wish, as long as it's not too excessive, how about it? I looked at Toothless, who was ignoring me, and asked in a tone bordering on begging. Really? Toothless opened one eye and sized me up skeptically. Really? Hee hee. Then big brother, I want the stars in the sky, go and pick them for me. Alright, big brother won't tease you anymore. Let's talk about this little wish later, but for now, I'll reluctantly forgive you. A few days later, I suddenly noticed that my body seemed to be undergoing some significant changes. This change made me feel very surprised because it came so suddenly and without any warning. First, I discovered that I had become unusually sleepy. Regardless of day or night, whenever I had the chance, I would involuntarily fall into a deep sleep. This feeling of drowsiness was like a powerful force, wrapping tightly around me, leaving me unable to break free. Even more surprisingly, I began to be able to vaguely sense the thoughts of other dragons. This feeling was as if I had established a subtle connection with them, allowing me to perceive their inner thoughts and emotions. However, what shocked me the most was discovering that I could forcibly control those weaker dragons. As long as I concentrated my energy and used some unknown power, those weak dragons would completely obey my commands, without any power to resist. I was overjoyed and told Toothless this news. Toothless was also very shocked upon hearing this. To prove I wasn't lying, I began to intentionally or unintentionally control Toothless's consciousness. Toothless felt a voice in his mind constantly trying to control his body. He didn't need to think to know that I was the one doing it. How about it? Is your big brother stronger now? Brother, how did you get stronger so fast? Are we actually born from the same mother? Why is there such a big difference between you and me? My silly little brother, of course we are. A few more days passed, and I felt like I was going to mold from repeating this life on Burke Island. So, I wanted to go out on an adventure, and by the way, bring back some local specialties for Toothless. Toothless, your brother is leaving. Do you want to come along? No, I want to stay on Burke Island with Hiccup. Am I not as important as that Viking? Hee hee, brother is the person closest to me, the one I trust the most is brother, Hiccup can only rank second. That's more like it. Just as I was about to take off and fly away, I thought of something else. I turned my head and let out a dragon roar. Within 2 minutes, all the dragons on Burke Island flew in front of me. This time, I flew onto a large rock. Can't help it, who made me the strongest on this island now? They fear me, so I naturally became the alpha dragon. Of course, this is just a regional alpha dragon. After my figure landed on that large rock, I fully spread my 4 ice blue wings and began my speech. Your great dragon king is going on an expedition to set foot on a land that has yet to be conquered. Legend has it that the land possesses endless food, inexhaustible cattle and sheep, and the most perfect habitat, so I chattered on for half an hour. The meaning was that I was going on an expedition, and they were to guard Burke Island well and not allow anyone to hurt my brother. In reality, I just felt that Burke Island was too boring and wanted to go traveling. After I finished speaking, I flew away. The dragons on this island saw me off for 30 miles before flying back. Sigh, I don't know when brother will be able to come back. On the night I left, Toothless complained while lying bored on the stone slab. Hiccup also sensed Toothless's mood, stepped forward, patted Toothless's head, and said, "It's okay, your brother will definitely be back soon." As Hiccup spoke, he thought about how, before I gave my speech, I had gone door to door to knock on every single Viking's house. Good night, Toothless. After Hiccup finished speaking to Toothless, who was lying on the stone slab, he extinguished the fire. A month later, I encountered many dragons, and they were all dragons I had never seen before. I fought all of them, and they couldn't beat me at all. However, one particularly disgusting one was the Death Gripper. I was pricked by the stinger on its tail and felt my whole body start to become weak, accompanied by a dizzy feeling. But even so, I was still able to easily kill the Death Gripper. But not long after, I lay on the ground, completely weak. I was a little angry. What kind of dragon was this? Why did it have such strong poison? Even I couldn't withstand it. A few minutes later, I recovered, stood up again, and flapped my wings to continue my journey. During this period, I grew a lot more and was able to summon more and stronger little ice men and ice dragons. They could also form a dragon rider combination. Currently, my limit is being able to summon about 300 ice dragon rider combinations. Although very strong, why does it still feel like it's not enough? Forget it, let's talk about that later. I kept encountering those death grippers, they were quite irritable. As soon as they saw me, they would attack without a word. I didn't indulge them either and directly fought back. Sure enough, I was poisoned again, but this time, the duration of the poisoning was much shorter than the last. After fighting with death grippers for a few months like this, I actually developed a resistance to that kind of poison. Until this day, when I saw a little night fury in the wild. It was very, very small, quite cute, and looked like it hadn't been born long. I ecstatically picked him up and flew back to Burke Island. You jerk, let me down now. The night fury I was holding in my mouth kept clamoring. After I set the night fury on the ground, I watched her baring her teeth and snarling with great interest. Why are you being so fierce? I'm not going to eat you. Then why did you carry me off? I was worried that if you were out here alone, you might accidentally die. I won't die. I am a night fury destined to become the Dragon King. The night fury puffed out her chest, raised her head, and said to me proudly. With that tiny frame of yours, I'm afraid you even have trouble flying, don't you? I couldn't help but tease. You jerk, I'm ignoring you. The night fury said, trying to fly away while wobbling unsteadily. Come back, little one. I'm taking you somewhere. What place? I need to find food. Let me down. The night fury was once again clamped in my jaws. Be good, listen to me. I'm taking you to eat something delicious. Woo I've been kidnapped by a creepy uncle. Hey, I'm not old at all, okay. I'm only in my teens. Night fury. You creepy uncle, let me down. I had a face full of black lines. Suddenly remembering something important, I flew back to the ground, set the little one down, and then gently pinched her by the scruff of her neck with one dragon claw, lifting her up. Why are you lifting me up again? The night fury roared at me with dissatisfaction, looking adorably fierce. Are you a boy or a girl? I asked with a wicked grin. Night fury. Huh. The night fury was completely bewildered, but she couldn't help but feel terrified. Could this creepy uncle in front of her have that kind of fetish? Don't be scared, I was just asking. I'm a girl. After stammering for a long time, the night fury finally managed to say a complete sentence. A girl, that's great. Girls are so cute. Come, big brother will take you to a good place. What place? Burke Island. And I happen to be the Dragon King on that island. You, the Dragon King. The night fury looked at me with some disbelief, as I had completely hidden my aura without leaking a single bit. I think you're more like the king of morons. I had a face full of black lines, no one had ever spoken to me like that before. But seeing her so small and cute, I sighed. Forget it, she's just a child after all. By evening, I felt it was time to rest. I took the night fury, found a cave on a cliff, and flew inside. We'll sleep here tonight. Remember, no wandering off. I lay down on a rock and instructed the night fury in front of me. Does the Dragon King sleep in places like this too? The night fury was quite unconvinced and took the opportunity to nitpick. If you want to get hit, keep talking. I said without even raising my head. The night fury immediately fell silent and had no choice but to lie down obediently beside me. The next morning, I opened my eyes and saw that the night fury was gone. I sighed and slowly got up, beginning to track the scent the night fury had left on the ground. After confirming the general direction she had fled in, I used myself as the center point to create many Ice Dragon Rider combinations, which split up to search that area. Before long, an Ice Dragon Rider combination arrived before me, hurting the pitch-black Night Fury. Why did you run away? I asked, looking at the night fury dumped on the ground. You creepy uncle, let me go. I had a face full of black lines. Do I look that old? Little one, watch your tone, or you're going to get a beating. I won't. Just like that, the night fury and I bickered in the cave for the whole morning. Feeling truly hungry, I took the night fury out to catch fish to eat. We flew over the sea surface, but since the night fury currently flew too slowly, I kept carrying her in my dragon claws as we flew. By the afternoon, there were no fish in this part of the sea at all. The night fury's stomach was growling, and she couldn't help but complain to me, saying that I must be incompetent if I couldn't even catch a fish. I had a face full of black lines. Just as I was about to teach this little night fury a lesson, I noticed a dot appear on the horizon, and my heart leapt with joy. As I flew closer, I realized it was a fleet of dragon hunters' ships, quite a large number. They looked like professional dragon hunters' ships, and even from far away, I could smell the stench of blood on them, and of course, the scent of fish. Hey, creepy uncle, let's get away from there quickly. We must stay far away from those dragon hunters' ships, otherwise, we'll most likely be shot down and killed. The night fury said with some fear. Our dinner isn't settled yet, and look, someone has delivered dinner to us. I looked at that fleet, turned invisible, and then, not feeling quite at ease, left the night fury hovering in place, letting her fly on her own in the air. Wait here for me, and watch me show you what I can do. After I said that, ice mist began to appear all over my body. Immediately after, when the range of the ice mist reached a diameter of 30 meters, many ice dragon rider combinations appeared within the mist and charged toward the fleet. It should be noted that I had turned invisible during the flight, so in the eyes of those dragon hunters, it was just a mass of ice mist moving rapidly and continuously spawning ice dragon rider combinations. What are those things? Why are there so many? The dragon hunters on the ship roared and aimed their dragon hunting crossbows at the flying ice dragon. Go to hell. As they spoke, a huge dragon hunting ballista hit that ice dragon, but to the horror of all the dragon hunters, the ice dragon that was hit shattered directly into a pile of ice shards. Odin above, what kind of monsters are these? One dragon hunter roared in a breakdown. Immediately afterward, an ice dragon bone cannon, 3 meters in diameter and made of pure ice, hovered behind this dragon hunter's ship, and then opened its mouth. Quick! Dodge! That monster is about to unleash its breath attack. One dragon hunter roared while diving to the ground. The surrounding dragon hunters also barely managed to react and jumped into the sea. The ice dragon bone cannon opened its mouth, and a highly penetrating and destructive ice ray exploded on the ship. The ship was almost blown in two. Countless ice shards and ice spikes pierced deeply into the bodies of the dragon hunters who hadn't had time to dodge, and the hull was also blown apart, with almost no intact parts left. Those ice spikes and ice shards melted rapidly after piercing into human bodies, and the toxins inside began to enter the dragon hunters' bodies. This phenomenon occurred on every single dragon hunter's ship. One by one, the ships sank rapidly into the sea. And I also flew out, having eaten my fill from the fish storage. From the moment I started attacking until all the ships sank, it had only been 20 minutes. After finishing all this, I deactivated my invisibility and flew back to the side of the Night Fury. After bringing the shocked and bewildered Night Fury back to a new island. Big brother, how are you so strong? The Night Fury asked after the shock subsided. What? You're not calling me, creepy uncle, anymore. Hee hee. A while later, after the shock had worn off, the Night Fury realized she was still hungry. Where is my fish? I haven't eaten yet. The Night Fury asked me. Oh, right. I forgot yours. I covered my mouth, only then remembering. I don't care. If you don't give me fish, I'm going to eat you. The Night Fury was also angered and threatened me. Alright, I'll give you some, I'll give you some. I vomited up 3 medium-sized fish from my stomach, which should be enough for the Night Fury's size. The Night Fury was initially a bit hesitant to accept it, but later, being too hungry to go on, she gritted her teeth and made do with eating them. After eating, the night fury looked at me, and I lay on the ground to sleep. After hesitating for a long time, she suddenly flew in front of me and said to me, I have drifted for half my life, only hating that I haven't met a wise dragon. If you do not abandon me, I am willing to acknowledge you as my adoptive father. Huh. I looked, completely bewildered, at the night fury prostrate before me, with her head lowered to the ground in a show of submission. But after hesitating for a long time, I agreed. After all, with such a little night fury by my side, it didn't seem so lonely anymore. A few more days passed like this, and I felt it was time to go back. After all, I hadn't seen my dear Toothless for a long time. Hey, little one, what's your name? My name is Iris. I see. Alright then, today we start flying toward Burke Island. Why hasn't brother come back yet? It's been several months, hasn't it? Toothless muttered while lying on the edge of the cliff. During the month I was away, Toothless and Hiccup had experienced a lot. When I returned, I saw many ships that weren't from Burke Island approaching the docks. Stoic was watching the ships slowly sailing toward them with a grave expression. Hiccup stood to the side, looking terrified. Since I didn't see any other dragons, I stayed invisible, told that little night fury to fly off elsewhere, and landed on a ship's mast to eavesdrop on their conversation. Hey, Dad, about that. Not now, son, he's here. The ships gradually docked at Burke Island, and a barbarian began his speech. Presenting the supreme leader of the barbarian tribe, the Skull Crusher, the Beast Butcher, the Great and Majestic. Oswald the Agreeable. Gobber blurted out first. Degur the Deranged. The barbarian finished his speech passionately and stepped aside, revealing Degur the Deranged behind him. Degur. The Deranged. Stoic was very confused. What kind of anti-human title was that? Oh, you've got to be kidding me. Hiccup sighed. Degur threw a dagger casually, which lodged into the wooden post right by Hiccup's head. Degur, where is your father? My father has retired. He has no interest in bloodshed anymore, but I crave it tilde. So, where have you hidden them, Stoic? Hidden what, Degur? Do I look that easily fooled? We all know what happened here. I have very reliable information that you are building a dragon army. Reliable information. Who did you hear that from, Degur? Stoic felt a deep sense of dread and quickly asked. Don't ask. You just need to know that if I find out it's true, my invincible armada will launch an attack on you with 50,000 soldiers. Don't get excited, Degur. There's no need for any invincible armada. We can start signing the treaty right now. As for me, up on the mast, I was angry hearing all this, extremely angry. But I didn't lash out. I wanted to see if Stoic would actually sign the treaty. If he didn't, I would help him annihilate this guy called Degur and his entire fleet. But if he did sign it, ha. Thinking of this, I flew away to find Toothless. At this moment, Toothless was biting the tail of a disobedient hideous zippleback. And I, along with Iris, was searching everywhere above the village for Toothless. What does your brother look like? Iris asked curiously. Similar to you, all black, just a little smaller than me. His body length is probably about a head shorter than mine. I was searching anxiously in the sky, while Iris followed behind me, circling above the village. Iris saw a night fury biting the tail of a hideous zippleback on the ground more than once. By the way, does your brother have any special features? Iris couldn't help but ask. His tail fin was once broken, so it was replaced with a red one made by a Viking for him. Iris looked at me speechlessly, then looked at the dragon on the ground that perfectly matched the criteria I described. Is that your brother? Iris finally couldn't help but ask me. Oh, really? Thanks. Your eyesight is surprisingly good. You really are a lot like the protagonist of a story I once heard a deadly natter tell in the dragon tribe. What story? I asked curiously. The legend of the blind man searching for his eyeballs. I ignored Iris and flew to the ground to greet Toothless. Toothless, look who's back. Hearing this familiar voice, Toothless subconsciously let go of his grip. Then, He turned his head and saw me. Brother, you're back. Yeah, did you miss brother? I leaned in next to Toothless and asked. Brother, I missed you so much. Toothless excitedly stepped forward and hugged my neck. He was about to continue saying what he had experienced during the time I was gone, but then he saw the little night fury behind me. His expression immediately turned sour. Brother, when did you? When what? Brother, don't you dare play dumb with your dear brother. You actually ran off to find a wild female dragon, and what's more, you brought back a little night fury. Hearing this, I understood. Toothless misunderstood and thought I had been messing around outside. And Aris, adding fuel to the fire, thought about the seniority and shouted out. Hello, uncle. He is my father. I looked at Iris in shock. Even though she adopted me as her foster father, she couldn't just call him that. Brother, you actually. Toothless released my neck and took 2 steps back in disbelief. No, listen to me. After explaining for a long time, Toothless finally understood the whole story, and I also explained everything I had just seen to him. That group of people, brother, are you confident you can beat them? Toothless asked with some trepidation. He still wanted to stay with Hiccup and me, and he didn't want to be separated from either side. For me, it's a piece of cake. I waved my dragon claw dismissively. But after a while, Toothless looked at Aris with hostility. From now on, I'm the boss, and you're number 2, got it? Toothless said to Aris. Toothless, that name is really lame. Did you pick it yourself? Aris asked, refusing to back down. You little one who doesn't understand respect for elders, today I'll teach you a lesson on behalf of my brother. As Toothless said this, he wanted to beat up that little night fury. Foster father, save me. Iris immediately jumped behind me, hiding behind my tail and looking at Toothless. Alright, we're all family, can you not be like this? I looked at the 2 night furies in a dilemma. Woo woo woo, brother, you've changed. Woo woo woo, foster father, do you not want your little daughter anymore? I felt a headache for no reason. What should I do? Alright, stop making a fuss. From now on, Iris's bed can be placed next to mine. Hiccup. Oh no, my room is going to have 3 night furies. By nightfall, that hideous Zippleback inexplicably lost control and rushed into the meeting room. It was seen by Dagur the deranged. Great, a hideous Zippleback. This is quite the surprise, 2 leaders, 2 heads. I'm going to kill that hideous Zippleback. Stoic looked at Dagur with a grave expression, already prepared for a fight to the death. Ever since these dragons had protected them time and time again, Stoic was not someone who would be ungrateful. If it really came to that point, then let war be declared. After Hiccup saw the hideous Zippleback run away, his father and the crazy Dagur the deranged went out. Hiccup went to find Toothless and his companions, because Hiccup knew that the hideous Zippleback's body was too huge and its wings were too small to support long-distance flight. Hiccup ran back to the cave he had agreed upon with Toothless. To Hiccup's surprise, I had actually returned. Just as Hiccup wanted to ride Toothless to find the twins. Iris snuck up behind Hiccup, mustered all her strength, and let out a dragon roar at Hiccup, scaring him so much that he fell off Toothless's back. This amused Aris to no end. What, a little night fury? Hiccup said, somewhat incredulously. Hiccup widened his eyes, staring at the night fury before him, his heart filled with awe and curiosity. It was about 4 meters long, covered in a layer of smooth black scales that shimmered with a faint light under the moonlight. When the night fury's wings spread, they looked like 2 huge black curtains, giving people an incomparably shocking feeling. Hiccup couldn't help but reach out, wanting to touch the night fury's smooth head. However, just as his fingers were about to touch Aris suddenly let out a low roar and quickly bit Hiccup's hand. Hiccup cried out in pain and quickly pulled his hand back. He looked at his bitten finger, feeling a bit annoyed. Originally, he had just wanted to feel the night fury's texture, but he hadn't expected to be attacked by Aris. Toothless was currently looking at Hiccup with some displeasure. After letting out a few angry calls, he wouldn't let Hiccup ride him anymore. No way, don't throw a tantrum at such a critical moment. Hiccup was somewhat distraught as he tried to get on Toothless's back, but Toothless wouldn't allow it. Helpless, he had to fix the stirrup so that Toothless could fly normally without him, intending to go find Snotlout and the others afterward. At this moment, a line of icy words appeared on the ground. You didn't tell me something. While the icy words were appearing on the ground, I blocked Hiccup's path. After Hiccup sighed, he patiently explained the situation to me. So that's how it is. I muttered to myself, a glimmer of realization seemingly dawning in my heart. It seems that Dagur the Deranged is indeed quite arrogant. Iris chimed in with my words, her tone revealing a hint of helplessness. Ha ha ha, he didn't even bother to ask around, who exactly is the real boss in this area? I sneered, a flash of disdain crossing my eyes. No way, Iris blinked her large eyes at me. Ha ha, you're quite clever, it's exactly as you thought. Are you really sure? You're insanely strong, but what if you slip up? What do you think? Do you think I can't beat them? I am the alpha dragon of this place, after all, and I protect the dragons here. Then I'll listen to you. Alright, let's get ready. I and Iris smiled at each other, while Toothless was completely baffled on the side. Internal monologue. What did those two just say? Why didn't I understand a single word? Despite this, Toothless still followed behind me, while Iris flew away on her own. By the next morning, Dagur the Deranged and his barbarians had captured the hideous Zippleback. Dagur the Deranged reached behind his back, drew his sword, and pointed it at the hideous Zippleback on the ground. Just as he was about to decapitate the hideous Zippleback, a 3-meter-long icicle suddenly struck the ground right in front of him. The icicle pierced more than a meter into the earth, shocking Dagur the Deranged and forcing him to step back twice. Yesterday, Toothless finally couldn't suppress his curiosity and asked me what exactly I had discussed with Iris. Helplessly, I told him my plan, to kill all those barbarians. Toothless was horrified and told me I couldn't do that, at least not kill Dagur the Deranged, otherwise his armada would bring 50,000 barbarians to attack this place, or so Hiccup told Toothless. Even if I could take them on alone, the Vikings here would likely suffer casualties. Toothless didn't want the Vikings on this island to die, so he wouldn't allow me to do it. That means the other barbarians are useless, right? I suddenly asked, smiling at Toothless. I suppose that's right. Toothless replied nervously. With that said, things will be easier. Meanwhile, on the other side, Hiccup found the twins, who were still arguing. He successfully convinced them to make up and agreed to go rescue the hideous Zippleback, since it was their dragon, and they only had one. After doing all this, since Toothless was giving him the cold shoulder and he had no dragon to ride, Hiccup climbed onto Astrid's deadly natter and went to find the hideous Zippleback together. A look of terror appeared on Dagur the Deranged's face. He couldn't believe where such a large icicle had come from. There were no trees around, nor was it freezing, and most bizarrely, it had landed precisely in front of him. At this moment, a dragon roar came from the horizon. Dagur the Deranged immediately understood that this was the work of a dragon and was one of its abilities. He suddenly became somewhat manic. He had never seen a dragon capable of shooting icicles. It must be a rare dragon, and he was currently craving blood. Just as he was looking around, I deactivated my invisibility and appeared openly before him, spreading my forewings behind me. I looked at Dagur the Deranged with an expression of extreme disdain and contempt. I flicked my tail, sweeping away the sword that was restraining the hideous Zippleback. The ground beneath my feet began to freeze rapidly, and at the same time, I stopped suppressing my aura. An overwhelming pressure swept toward Dagur the Deranged. Dagur the Deranged was stunned on the spot, and the barbarians under his command dared not make a move. He had never seen such a dragon before, nor did he understand what kind of dragon could possess such pressure. He was afraid. For the first time, he felt fear. And he developed a desperate desire to run away. How could this be? He was the leader of the barbarians. I looked at Dagur the Deranged. He didn't look like much, he was too afraid to even move just from seeing me. Look out, it's a night fury. Hiccup began acting at this moment, shouting at Dagur the deranged. A night fury. I have never killed such a dragon before. I'll hold him off, you run. Hiccup continued shouting wildly. At this moment, Toothless flew out and fired a breath attack at the group of barbarians. Seeing this, Dagur the deranged had no doubts and began to flee. What about the contract? Gabber asked hurriedly. Without thinking, Dagur the deranged looked back and said, just consider it signed. I stood there, watching Dagur the deranged lead the group of barbarians as they fled, feeling quite bored. Iris flew to my side, watching them with me. This is boring, isn't it? Iris said to me. Yeah, too boring. There's no fun in it at all. This acting is too fake. It doesn't look real at all. Iris looked at me, a smile suddenly curling at the corners of her mouth, and said, you think so too? Then how can we make it more realistic? Are you saying? Looks like we're on the same page. Let's do it. Iris and I exchanged a smile and prepared to take off. Toothless, internal monologue. What? What did they just say? Why can't I understand anything? How are there night furies here? And clearly more than one. Dagur the deranged roared, feeling that something was very wrong. Wait, why aren't those night furies chasing us? Dagur the deranged asked, frowning after he calmed down. Suddenly, he seemed to figure out what was going on. He suddenly turned back and said, I've heard that the people on this island can tame dragons. This must be their trick. No, we're all going back. But as soon as Dagur the deranged turned around, an ice dragon bone cannon beam flew right past the back of his sword, shattering the sword while hitting a barbarian behind him, freezing him into an ice sculpture before he shattered into pieces. Before Dagur the deranged could react, two night furies, one blue and one black, circled in the air, continuously firing breath attacks downward. Most outrageous of all was that ice blue four-winged night fury. They are all wild dragons, not tamed ones. Run. We'll be safe once we reach the ships. Iris and I exchanged a smile and continued to follow them unhurriedly, slaughtering the barbarians except for Dagur the deranged. By the time Dagur the deranged led his remaining barbarians to the ships, he found that the remaining barbarians could only operate 3 ships at once. Dagur the deranged immediately ordered everyone to get to work and sail the ships. Are we just going to let them go like this? Iris asked me. Since they're already here, they have to leave something behind. Is it what I'm thinking? Don't doubt it, it's exactly what you're thinking. After speaking, I fired a few breath attacks to sink one of the ships, leaving the other ship for Iris. As for me, I started playing precision sniper, picking off the barbarians except for Dagur the deranged. And Iris took quite some effort to sink the other ship. When the slaughter left only Dagur the deranged, he was somewhat broken and had no choice but to lie on the ground and play dead. His little trick naturally couldn't fool me, but I sighed and had no choice but to play along. I pretended to walk around the ship a few times, confirmed there were no survivors, and even specifically stepped on Dagur the deranged's face before flying away. Dagur the deranged. That's the end of part 2. Part 3 is coming soon.
Thanks for watching. Please subscribe and support our channel for more stories.